arrived for this very simple thing. Oh, let me see if I can figure this out. Why am I not live yet? Okay, here we go. Okay, it's time for Masters Coliseum. Big day of games today. Very big day of games. Serral versus Cure, Dark versus Clem, Reynor versus MaxPax, Firefly versus Beyond. We have an insane amount of crazy games. An insane amount. It almost feels like these brackets are rigged. Personally, I'm not against rigging brackets to get the best possible matches. Unless I'm the one playing, then I want easy matches. But honestly, every single match here is freaking sick today. Oh my god, it started already. God, they're fast today. Look at that. Who do we have here? Ladies and gentlemen. This is Firefly. That is Firefly. And here, who do we have here? You guessed it right. It is Beyond. I love the centering of all of these cameras. It's just very cool. Firefly is tired. Well, you know, he's rubbing his eyes and everything. Not loving life at the moment. Absolutely not. Taoi, Autofool, and Biu. Lovely. Alright. Let me set up my chat on my phone as well. Okay, see what you guys have to say about all of this excitement. My hair's a mess. It has been a mess. It will continue being a mess. I'm okay with it. Something that I've accepted at this point. Until I get to the hairdresser that this is what life's gonna be. Get the chat off. Needs to be a better way to figure out what my chat is. I feel like... Yep, there we go. I got it. Sick! Alright. What do we actually have over here, my dear friends? We have a probe scout. Hey, good morning, Julie Momodo. Julie Momodo. Very nice name. Good morning. Or well, yeah, morning for the Americans, afternoon for the Asian viewers. You know, for the Europeans, early afternoon. Hey, what's up, Drip King? Good to be buddy. Jen is very handsome. It has been said, yeah. Hey, what up, Marek? Hi, do Shak. Alright. Let's take a look at these games. Beyond opening up with a double gas. No, I said evening for the Asians and for all Americans. So the North Americans. And also the South Americans. You got your you got your early morning, no? You said morning to the Americans. I said it correct. Look, do you have trouble listening to a European authority figure? That's not on me. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. The sounds are very loud in my ears. I didn't like that. Alright. I'm European and it's the morning? Nah. No, this is... Okay, well... No, you're British. You're not European, mate. In Britain right now, it's still technically morning. We just passed the 12 o'clock mark in the real parts of Europe, alright? What about the Aussies? Yeah. I'm okay with having ignored the Aussies. I think it will continue doing that in the future as well. It wasn't on purpose, but it should have been on purpose. Welcome, all Australians. And Kiwis as well, of course. Right. Let's take a look. What do we have? 11 in Portugal. Yeah, Portugal using the British time zone tells you everything you need to know about this country. It's going to be a double mine drop. It's going to hit like a truck, which is quite good. I actually think if you're opening with Blink and you get double mine dropped into Raven from a 2-gas opener, I think that is probably one of the worst case scenarios. Actually, that might just be the single worst case scenario. So the actual worst case scenario. We also see that Firefly is a little bit out of position here. He has a low a low count of units anyway. He's dealing with this extremely well, though. Yeah, phenomenal defense so far. But Blink isn't done yet, and these mines still have a shot to shoot. Oh my god, that was a sick pro pool. Honestly, this has been the cleanest defense that I've ever seen of a 2 mine drop without Blink and just pure Stalker. He was kind of out of position, but his probe control here was mental. Beyond continues rallying Marines across the map, which is obviously a mistake. That was really sick. Who are we supporting? Well, we're supporting Beyond. But Firefly looked amazing there in that initial defense. What the hell? That looked so solid. No? And we've seen... We watched Firefly versus Bunny the other day. Firefly had this it's kind of oddball style of going for... Well, not oddball style. It's heavy charge. The one time he played like 4 gas, Mass Stalker, Sentry, Immortal. I can't even recall if he researched charge at that point. Just had a lot of Stalkers and then won the game with that. And then the other game he went for a very heavy charge lot attack, if I recall correctly. Off of like 3 base with 2 gases, so it doesn't really count as 3 base. You know, it's like a fake third. But it is mining minerals. So really it's not a fake third. This is a classic Beyond push, by the way. Against Blink openers. Goes out with like 16 Marines, 2 tanks. This is pre-stim. It's really hard to deal with. Because you have this Raven on the map, which is an actual threat you need to deal with. Sometimes there's still a mine drop on the map, which is also an actual threat you need to deal with. And then this push is going to hit you right in the face. And it hits early, it hits fast, and it hits at a timing where you just don't expect it. And I think that's the worst part of it all. Yeah, these Marines show up. You have like no units here. And you're afraid of Stim as well, right? I actually think that Beyond might just end up winning straight up with this push. This looks crazy powerful. I'm gonna copy this build actually. I think the correct call might be for Beyond to pull back. Right? Because gateways are finishing up. You just kill the 3rd base. In a way, this is the strongest that Firefly is gonna get in this game, you know? He's not... Because right now he's just losing money. At the same time, Beyond also seems to be strong enough just to kind of kill his opponent. But you don't want to lose the tanks here. You don't want to fight pre-combat shoots. Because there's a lot of money in those Marines. And kind of fighting pre-power spike is not something you want to do. I don't think it's going to matter because this build is just sick. I think that's what it is, actually. I don't think Beyond opened well. I'm actually going to ask for this replay because I want to copy this in my Karen. This looked freaking fun. What did I say about going back home? Huh? What did I say, guys? You should have gone home. Because you know that the charge is going to finish up. Moving forward like he did here might have worked if your opponent was playing Colossus. But he saw the lack of a 4th gas. So he should have known it wasn't Colossus. So with all the info he had, it would have been better to go back. If he had no info, it would have been safer to go back. So either way, going back home was always going to be the correct call. But Beyond got a little bit... You know, sometimes in StarCraft you get a bit excited because you did something good. And then in order to celebrate that you did something good, you make 4 bad moves in a row trying to finish the game early rather than just play it out. This is a very common occurrence, even at the highest level. It's like, oh, I just killed 2 Marines for free in the early game. Let me throw 4 Stalkers into your main and lose them, killing nothing. I think that is a common move, I think. That is a very common move. And that's basically what Beyond just did. Beyond just said, hey, I'm really far ahead right now. This feels freaking great. Let me just throw away my entire army for free and let's see if Firefly can come back into this game. Why is Firefly playing standing up? Ah, he's sitting. You can see the chair. Nah, that's not good. Nice try. Ooh, mine's here. Not getting too much damage, but 7 probes probably enough. Beyond should not be trying to fight here. I think there's real no point in... Well, maybe he just wins the game. I feel like he just needs to relax. He's up 12 workers. No, I can't count. He's up 9 workers. Sorry. That's not 12. That ain't what 12 looks like. Nah. Okay, Prism in the main base, killing 6 SCVs. I really feel like Beyond has made this much harder for himself. If he still just had those 2 tanks alive, then the push that he just did would have won the game. Like, you can put him on the high ground, you're fine. How good at StarCraft do you have to be to recognize the build just by seeing the gas count? Well, what do you mean? Oh, you mean that it's row-obey? Well, you don't have to be very good, I just told you. You're gonna be capable of doing this from now on. Really, it's all just... theory knowledge is all just little gimmicks and tricks. And you just stack them on top of each other. And then we call that knowledge or theory. But really, it's just all... like, by themselves, they're just facts. And you can throw them out when you have StarCraft friends. Not sure how many of you have StarCraft friends, but if you do, you watch on Discord, you can do this type of stuff. I can give you guys a couple as well. But that's one, yeah. If you see 4 gas after a blink opener, that usually indicates either Storm or Robo Bay. So Colossus or Templar. And if it's 3 gas, it's very often just Stalker, Immortal Zealot. At least a bigger gateway unit focus. I have more tricks like that to impress your friends with. That's why you watch me, so you can impress your friends later with knowledge that you stole from me. Yeah, this game is extremely over. You could pretend that it isn't, but it is. So there's no fun in that. Beyond played this fairly well. He just needs to go home. That's the only thing he needs to do. He needs to go home and then have mines. And then at some point get 2 ghosts. This drop is insane, by the way. Like, it's gonna work, but it's an insane thing to do. If there were 5 Stalkers in the main base and you lose 2 Medavacs here, you could actually seriously be in trouble. Like, he's not gonna be in trouble, but it's like, yeah, alright. That's the first game. So yeah, that's a nice trick. You know, if you see 2 gas, it's gonna be Mass Zealots. After, this is from Twilight openers, by the way. So if it's a Twilight opener, and then it's 3 or 2 gas, usually it's Gateway focused. And 4 gas, usually is Colossus or Storm. Could be either. If you didn't see tech go down yet until the 5-minute mark, and it's 4 gas, you usually can make the call that it's gonna be a Templar Archives. Because Templar Archives needs a little bit less time to go online than Colossus do. So, you see, you have all these little tricks that you can use. All these little tricks you can utilize. And you just play them off at high speed, and your friends will be impressed. Next time, when you see... when you see someone open up with a gas first in PvZ, you can also say that they're not going to scout. It's like, oh, this is a no-scout opener. Immediately when the gas first goes down, okay? Because it makes no sense to play gas first and then go for a scout, because you can't respond anymore to anything. Very annoyed that Rad Huset has been banned in every game. Yeah, huge surprise. No one saw that coming. Like, I too am annoyed by it, but it actually makes sense that it's banned. I don't understand why Firefly banned it. That is pretty wild, but it's just going to get banned every single series. Unless it's a best of 7, then maybe it sneaks through because you want to take out Equilibrium instead in certain matchups. But yeah, it's going to get banned every series. The map is not very balanced. What tournament is this? This is the Masters Coliseum number 7. Yeah, Beyond is in Shopify, of course. Yeah, so for example, in TVP, a lot of Terrans don't like it, a lot of Protoss don't like it. I think personally that it's Terran favored, but I would always play it against Terran anyway. And Terrans will end up vetoing it most of the time. Then against Zerg, it's good for TOS, for Protoss. In TVZ, it's very good for Zerg. So, and the thing is that most of the time, one of the 2 players in the best of 3 just hasn't practiced on it because he knows it's going to get vetoed, or he's going to veto it. With a 9 map pool, it is more likely that one map is just not going to be played at all. You are so late. Don't be mean about other streamers. It's weird. Don't do that. Even if it's joking, it's odd. Or other people, especially if they're my friends. If it's people I dislike, we can talk crap about them or not. Harstem, we met at DreamHack Summer like 10 years ago. You definitely don't remember me, but happy to still see you here. Cheers, man. Well, it's difficult for me to remember someone if the only information to go by is we met at DreamHack Summer like 10 years ago. Because I met multiple people at that one DreamHack. It's not like I go to a DreamHack and meet a single person there. There's usually multiple. So maybe if you had more descriptive information, I could have gotten it. But who do you dislike? No, not many people. I like most people. And thus, we don't talk crap about other people. Hi Harstem, greetings from a German living in the UK. Ooh, exciting. Do you think a Terran will win IEM Katowice? It's possible. I think Serral is in very good shape. I think Reynor is practicing very hard. When Reynor is truly zoomed in on the practice, he can perform very well. And I think he has the perfect on-ramp. I think for Reynor, ideally, he doesn't believe this, I think, if you were to ask him. But I think it would be best for Reynor to get destroyed in Masters Coliseum here. I think if Reynor were to lose the MaxPax today, that would be best for his Intel Extreme Masters Katowice chances. I think if Reynor wins Masters Coliseum, he's not going to win Katowice. I think he'll rest a little bit because he won a tournament, which would be bad. Ooh. This is an interesting opener. Triple gate into Twilight Council. You think Clem or Maru will win in Katowice? That's possible. I mean, the thing is in StarCraft, saying that 100% one player is going to win is usually quite stupid. I think there are a lot of players that are capable of winning. And then there are a lot of players who aren't capable of winning, but might just win. Like last year, Oliveira. Last year, if you had picked Oliveira as your Katowice winner, you made a very bad choice. Because he was not favored. Like, he had a magical run. A magical run. And he played amazing StarCraft 2. But there are very little timelines in which he wins that tournament. This is an insanely good defense, by the way, by Firefly. I freaking love the way he did this. It's just so good. It's so simple, but so good. He even skipped the battery here. This is one of the tightest build orders I've seen. Like, his early game defenses, honestly, are just so well thought out. He's such an intelligent player. Like, this was brilliant. Freaking just everything worked out here. He has the Reaper wall and then goes for the full wall in the natural. Just deals with all aggression, doesn't need batteries, and does his build flows nice. One of the main issues Protoss players have when playing against double gas openers is not any individual double gas openers, okay? A mine drop by itself is usually not that strong. The thing that makes the mine drop very strong is the fact that you also need to have a battery in your natural. You also maybe need a battery in your main base. You need a third gateway unit before your warp gate is finished. It's like you need to do many things in order not to die. And what Firefly did here is that he got faster gateways, delayed his stack a little bit, which I think is good, and then went for the full wall so he could even delay the battery. I think this was a brilliant play. Really, really well done. I want to have a proper look at this defense afterwards, just to kind of... because I didn't entirely catch the build order and how he scouted and the things. It was very good. That's all I know. This was... I think his unit movement, though, is incorrect here. And I think he did that incorrectly last game as well. I think he is too passive with his Stalkers. He has Blink. He has the ability to go on the map. Yet he is not doing it. This is a cool build by Beyond. This is fairly all-in. It's a 3 racks with tanks afterwards. So, ideally you deal some damage in the early game. What did he just kill? What was that? Wait, what? What did he shoot? What did he just shoot? Was that a critter? Did he shoot a critter? He shot the bear? That's so good. Alright. There's a lot of Stalkers. Had these Stalkers been on the map at any point, just a little bit further forward, this would have been the easiest hold of his life. Like, legit, the easiest hold of his life. This... Now I'm not sure if it's actually gonna be a hold. Super Battery is gonna get activated. I freaking hate this so much. Because Firefly has the perfect early game and then just doesn't move on the map with his Stalkers. And both games, this is what lost him the game. I can't believe this. He thought out the first 4.5 minutes perfectly, and then at the 5-minute mark, he just starts improvising. Look at this. Okay. Like, your opponent opened up with the Reaper, 4 Reapers, and 2 Hellions. Then it's very unlikely to be a double mine drop at that point. It is possible, but unlikely. And if it happens late. It could be a Raven as a follow-up. So you want to keep some type of Stalkers at home. Maybe 2 Stalkers on the outside bases. That is fair. But then you probably should go up to 7 or 8 Stalkers and move across the map with 4 Stalkers. Or at least get an Adept. Go do something. And he didn't do any of that. So the thing is, if you meet this army in the middle of the map, A, you slow down the push massively. B, you probably clear 3 or 4 Marines, which is huge. And C, you can move behind the army and pick off reinforcements, which forces them to attack into a battery, which is also massive. So there's like 3 extra things you can do. This was the worst game possible. Concussive makes it hard to get Marines? No, absolutely not true. No, you have Blink. You can shoot a Marine and then blink away. The way that Terran defends this is by putting the tanks forward. They don't even want to put the Marauders forward because they don't have any healing for Marauders. The only thing they have healing for is tanks, so they can take a little bit of damage. If your Stalker count, however, becomes too big, imagine you get 6 Stalkers, then you can start 2 volleying tanks. So even then, pushing the tanks forward is really dangerous. So it's not true. Concussive doesn't stop this. He had Blink. If he doesn't have Blink, I agree with you. Concussive stops the Stalker micro. But he did have Blink, so he could just move forward and be completely fine. Absolutely, 100%. Like, there's no doubt in my mind here. Hi, Harstem. How tall you is? I am 195. I used to be 196, but I lost a centimeter in the past 10 years. I don't know where I lost it, but it's gone. I got measured for my passport 10 years ago, 196. I got measured for my passport again, 195. And honestly, 194.6. I rounded up. I lost 1.5 centimeters somewhere. I think it has to do because I sit too much. Or maybe they cheated last time at my passport measurement. A centimeter less means 1 more IQ. I'm not sure if that's true. How tall was Einstein? I bet he wasn't so large. I missed the prescription. Was Harstem saying cut off reinforcements against this style of push? I'm saying kite. First of all, meet it on the map. Kite with as much as possible, as many Stalkers as possible. And then there are things you can do. So what you can do is you split off 4 Stalkers from your kiting force. So, okay, let's use paint for this. Where are you? Okay. So imagine this is the playing field, okay? I'm not great at drawing. And here comes this red thing. Can we see this? Yeah. This red thing is the tank push, okay? And I'll draw some bridges or whatever on the map. It's like a bridge. This is not a real map, but it is. Here's your base. I said blue. Here's your base. Then there's a path that goes here, and a path that goes here, a path that goes here, and a path that goes to your base, okay? You put your Stalkers, they're kiting, right? These Stalkers, they're moving back, okay? This is lots of Stalkers. And they're kiting this red, it's just an army, This army is moving like this. What you do is, one group of Stalkers moves into this area, okay? Now, ideally, you have a defensive battery set up over here near your base. So this army continues kiting back, maybe pick off another Marine. Then you have another Warpin that comes in here, 2, 3 Stalkers. You hold at the battery, and these Stalkers, they move like this, and then they go behind. And then they pick off reinforcements. 4 Stalkers is enough. You can deal with Marines, you can deal with single tanks, that's no problem. You can deal with Marauders as well, it's no problem. And then your opponent needs to make a decision. Either they slow push and have to take out the battery from a distance with the tanks, which is difficult, takes a lot of time. You can clear Marines that walk in front of the tank still, and they're getting their reinforcements cut because of your Stalker presence here. So that means that their push is running out of steam, actively running out of steam. And at the same time, they're taking a bad trade here. Or they need to engage straight up into the super battery with everything. And the moment that happens, you pull your Stalkers in from the back as well. And because they will be fighting in range of the battery, they'll try to target the battery. Yeah, that is how things work. So this is usually how you wanna deal with it. Like in an ideal situation. And the way that Firefly dealt with this was by having everything at home. So he missed two kind of vital things. And then his batteries also were in bad positions, which really did kind of suck for him, honestly. So yeah, that was frustrating. This is a terrible series. Thank you, Surge Rhythm. Appreciate it. That's what Sun Tzu basically recommends for stalkers in TVP too. Firefly played like a plat player? No. Firefly played an extremely good game. Beyond has very tight timings that makes people look like plat players. Like, if you play against Beyond, very often what ends up happening is that you lose in the first 6 minutes because he's very aggressive with his first units, and sometimes he'll just lose pretty much the game, and then he'll try the rest of the game to get back into it. Like, he just plays very aggressive, so he kills people a lot in TVP. Like, and I think Firefly was just missing some stuff there. He was too scared of daring to move on the map. Could Firefly pull out probes at the last one? You know what the problem is with pulling probes? Is that they die to tanks and marines. So you're almost doing your opponent a favor. And it's not like Beyond had such a... Look. It's not like Beyond here was... good lord, we've been watching this screen for 6 minutes already. Beyond is on 41 workers already, you know? Like, this is an all-in, as in it needs to deal damage. Like, ideally kill a third or kill workers. But it's not like you can pull 40 workers, lose 35 of them, and say, so, I held the push. It's like, that's not how it works. There's stim coming up behind it. There's going to be tanks defensively. When do you want to go for sentries to force field instead of the Stalker kiting strategy? Never. Maybe if you know that this is the ramp he's going to go up to, you warp in a single sentry defensively. But if you open up with a Twilight Council and have Blink, you're freaking using Blink Stalkers. Like, if you warp in 3 sentries, that is all your gas gone. And then once the force fields run out, guess what happens? You'll still just die. You just delayed your death by another 15 seconds. You should call Beyond for an interview like you did with Clem. I think Beyond doesn't feel super comfortable in English, which is weird because his English is actually quite good. I always feel so bad when people actually have quite good English, but they don't feel comfortable in it, you know? It sucks. I wish there was something you could say. Also, this is a situation I've described before, but sometimes when a person is trying to speak a foreign language to you and you don't understand what they're saying, I think this feels really, really bad. I can't recall. It happened to me a couple of weeks back. I can't recall what tournament I was at. It must have been in Atlanta, where I was talking with someone and it was his non-native language. He was speaking, I can't recall, like he was speaking English, obviously. And then I didn't understand what he was saying. And I had to ask, sorry, I don't understand, like 4 times. I felt really bad because this is the type of stuff that kind of hurts your confidence if you're speaking in a foreign language, you know? Doesn't make you want to do it anymore. What the hell? Clem grew a mustache overnight? Look at that. He didn't have that yesterday. Does he have the fastest facial growth in the world? Or did he draw it on? Do you think he drew it on to mock Dark? What the hell? He didn't have that yesterday, no? Is it a milk stash? What the hell? How did he grow a mustache overnight? He had some? Nah, no shot. He's not a kid now. He's a man now. He's not a kid. You know what he looks like right now? He looks like a guy that played a set in the boiler room, you know? These guys always look like they have some funky mustache as well. I sometimes get these videos, the boiler room videos recommended. I think it's like some EDM stuff where the guy is in the crowd. They always have a mustache like this. Maybe a little bit more pronounced. Should Clem grow out his mustache? I'm not sure if he should. It's kind of weird, no? He's supposed to be the kid. The kid can't have a mustache. Mustache. Clem 100% woke up 15 minutes ago. Yeah, it's true. Maybe the light is just different from yesterday? That's unlikely. That is unlikely. The more logical explanation is that maybe he's doing steroids. That is probably it. We'll ask Clem in the winner's interview. Because he's gonna win this, baby. Oh yeah, he's gonna win this. I don't know a lot about StarCraft, but I know that Clem's gonna destroy Dark here. He was kind of unshaved yesterday too. Yeah, but then the steroids hit. Look at his mustache. Alright. We've got Clem versus Dark. Dark the other day played this map against Maru. Played gold first. 3 hatch, no gas. And Maru reactively Reaper rushed him. Do you guys remember that? Let's see what Clem's plans are going to be over here. Does Dark speaks English? I don't actually know. Yeah, I think a little. Yeah, he understands it for sure. I took a picture with him last Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. I asked him for a picture together, and he understood that. But it also could be because I was holding a phone in my hand and pointing at him and me. Who's the favorite to win? You got the feeling Dark doesn't like fans? Yeah, but we're peers as well, so he was okay with it. Wait, is Lambo here? Yo, you want a duocast? Yeah, of course I want a duocast. What a stupid question. I'm calling you on Discord, okay?
Hello?
Hello, wait. Let me... can you speak for a little bit?
Yo, what's up? How are you guys doing? What's up, YouTube chat? What's up,
the
Twitch chat?
people need to tell me if you're correct. I can never hear it. People.
Am I correct?
Yeah, the sound levels.
I know. I'm sure they understand as well. At least Twitch chat. YouTube chat, I'm not sure about.
The people all know that whatever you say will be wrong. Don't worry about that. They all have their own little opinions.
He sounds German. Disgusting.
He sounds wunderbar. Okay, good. It's correct. See, they all got it. Did you see Clem's facial hair? Did you hear me? He grew that
facial hair?
Yeah, look at it. You didn't open the stream yet?
No, but I'm opening the stream right now.
He didn't have it yesterday. He grew it overnight.
Damn, that's sick.
Are you seeing it?
Yeah, he has a... Yeah.
For a second, I thought he drew it onto mock Dark.
The only issue is that Dark can't see it, but that was fucking funny.
After when Dark watches the VOD back, I'm like, wait a second. Well, he would just watch the replays, but I know some people watch the VODs back. Clem told me that he always watches games that he wins back on YouTube. From multiple casters as well.
From multiple casters, damn.
Yeah. He'll often send me like...
that's one way to get it.
He'll often send me comments from Winter's videos where they're happy about him. There once was a comment in one of Winter's videos as well, where some guy flamed Clem for not using ravens. And Clem read that as well and sent it to me.
I wonder why they do that. Reynor watches even Reddit when he loses. Like when he lost in GSL group stage, checks Reddit afterwards, and then gets depressed. Why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah, he's a brain.
That's crazy.
Okay. Why did Dark pause? Yeah, I have no clue, dude. That's a good question. Oh, someone asked a good question in the chat. What is the reason to let Psi Delta be the last map rather than pick it by Clem? Lambo, explain that to us.
Because it's Clem doesn't like it as much. Clem actually used to veto this map in best of threes. That's how much he disliked it. So it's just because Dark probably thinks it's a pretty good Terran map, and Clem doesn't like it. Like it's a personalized thing.
Okay. Did you see the games between him and Shin yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Oh, they were phenomenal.
But
both games
really
ended after 6 minutes.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
It was very... I hadn't seen this build before. Clem told me he was playing it a little while earlier already. He was doing 2 Rex Reaper into 2 Cyclone, and then I think 6 or 4 Hellions, and then a 2-1-1 after still. And everything just hit really fast and really hard. And he also had triple CC.
Yeah, he's been playing that for like 3 months.
I hadn't seen it once, that particular build. It looked crazy.
I'm surprised you didn't see it. He did it when he won the thing as well, I'm pretty sure. But even way before. Yeah, it's a strong build. Constant pressure.
Yeah.
It is more committed than it looks, even though it has a 3rd CC, it has very late upgrades and late extra production. Like a build can't be this perfect, you know, it phases very strong if you play against it. It's the same with 2 Rex.
Yeah.
2 Rex follow-ups are insane. They always have a 3rd CC, but it still is super committed. Yeah, it's easy to trick yourself into thinking the build is perfect.
Yeah. Ooh. Dark is opening roaches. But he got a fast gas already. I thought for a while he was playing a lot of roach from gasless openers. I really like that. He did it on Golden Aura a bunch, and I've seen him do it on Alcyone as well, because this is not such a hard map to defend Hellion Harass on, right?
Yeah, it is not. I think a lot of these maps actually are pretty decent at defending Hellion Harass, but this is one of the easiest ones. You can especially spread the creep towards behind the minerals very, very easily. Barely any Terran ever destroys the rocks and goes there to deny the creep. What time are you on, by the way, so we sync up?
4:10.
Okay, me too. Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Oh, he was not mining gas. I'm pretty sure he took the gas early on, though. I remember seeing that. Might just build an extractor for banter. Make the build a little bit more inefficient.
He likes doing that. Maybe he just ran into a supply block, get an extra extractor to get out of the supply block. But you need it later anyway, so you save money by letting it finish.
I like it.
Genius, actually.
Yeah. He's so far ahead of us. No wonder he's the best, sir. Alright, 3 more overlords on the way. Couple of drones. Do you think Clem is gonna commit here? Oh, he sees the roaches. That's pretty big. Do you then counterattack with the cars and leave the banshees at home?
Right, I think he goes home with everything just in case it's a committed attack. Now he's doing what you said. I mean, against what Dark is doing, that would definitely be the perfect play. But he doesn't know for sure. There's link speed behind him. How many roaches are already on the map, right? How many he missed?
Yeah, he was thinking of going into the third. You saw it? He second guessed himself for a sec. Nice bile.
It's the same hotkey as creep for me, so maybe for him as well.
Yeah.
So he might have tried to spread the creep, but missed the creep tumor, so instead of gravity selected. Happens to me too sometimes.
One more Ravager on the way. He's gonna try to use some of these biles on the banshees, I think. Lair's not done yet. That's gonna make matters a little bit harder for him. Almost gets the bile, actually. That would have been hilarious. One roach does go down already. Drones can't rotate towards the other base anymore. Dark at 68 workers. Spore in... not in the middle of the base. It means that these banshees can maybe find an angle here. As there's no mobile detection, it's just difficult. Look at these cars, man. They go.
Oh. That was not the perfect target selection, but it says so many drones that Dark is losing. That's quite bad. He at least got one of the Banshees, so that's nice. But he won't even be able to mine from the right side of this base now, because he went to the main with all the queens. Oh, this is so annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, because you have to select basically all of your drones, otherwise they start bouncing there. So although only one or two patches are actually under fire, you're not mining from 4 or 5 very often.
Yeah. He went gold base right away. I'm not sure his early game was good enough to do that. But obviously, I mean, Dark decided to do that before he lost all the drones, so now no going back on that decision.
Yeah, I don't think this was in his game plan. Take the gold to make up for the 18 drones I'm about to lose. Double drops heading out. It's not going to be with tanks, so that's going to make defending this a little bit easier. Clem is in general not someone that does a lot of move out with tanks, right? When he does it, he usually also gets an armory to go all out with like some type of Hellbat tank push. I don't see him just go for like the 2 tank pushes by themselves, right?
Yeah, sometimes if he gets a lot of damage done early, he likes to do it.
Okay.
But if the Hellions are dead, it will be very risky. It's an easy way to throw the game because you don't have anything to defend the run by, right?
Yeah.
And against roaches, you basically never do it.
Yeah. He's going to send everything to the same side here. This is different from how he usually plays, where we see a lot of split up of Medivacs. 1-1 has finished. Combat shield is still a ways away. He probably forgot that, right?
Yeah. It is very late if you play Banshee, but he definitely forgot it. It's not supposed to be this late. Which really sucks for this, because he wants to trade here against the roaches. And combat
trade
shields
as
would
well.
have to that.
Yeah, was okay-ish. Nothing brilliant for him. As we see Dark actually already going out of the roach count. He's getting melee upgrades. Never actually got a single range upgrade here, did he? Just straight melee carapace. Very quick hive, 8 minutes and 13 seconds. Relatively low worker count, but the gold is making up for a little bit of that. So I think Dark's position is definitely playable.
Yeah, it's not the worst. It is a hard position though to play against someone that's good at late game, and Clem has become very, very good at late game and just sitting there and doing nothing. Because yeah, you would like to have a little bit of a headway into like the Ultras and the Vipers if you want to make stuff happen. Also, none of the tanks died, obviously. Now, if Clem attacks, though, that seems very scary. For Clem, that is. If he loses all the tanks once, he still doesn't have combat shields, by the way. Then things can become spooky very fast.
Yeah, first Viper is already out here as well. Ultra Cavern real quick. Dark supply is so high. Oh, Clem! Very sloppy play. Losing 2 Medivacs.
Can't even blame that one on Ping, that was so slow.
Trust me, we can blame that on Ping.
Okay.
We've had Koreans blame jet lag when they're playing in Korea and GSL versus the world losing to Serral. So we can call this Ping as well, trust me.
Okay, okay.
The people have no clue. We can just lie. As we still have this slow push moving forward. +2 not quite here yet. Tanks weren't sieged up. That might make this a difficult fight. There are no... Ooh, I think that was 2 tanks that went down as well as a Banshee. There's no Banes here whatsoever yet, though. Ravager, Roach, plus Viper. Okay, now we have about 12, 13 Banes. Tanks are pre-sieged. There are a couple of Blinding Clouds available. These tanks are pretty clumped up as well. 2-2 still not done. Clem micros back well with the Marines. As the Banes all disappear. Was this a good fight for Clem?
I think it should have been better if the tanks were split a little more. He lost all of his tanks, so I don't like it too much, to be honest. That is kind of what you want to run into as Dark. Like a tank push is very good. Lingbane Ravager is very good if they push with the tanks. If you have early Vipers, you can disable the tanks, and then a Lingbane Ravager actually trades very efficiently. So as Dark, I'm quite happy. The thing is, this position usually is very difficult to attack into, but Clem went all into the open, which I'm very surprised by. I would have loved for him to keep some tanks at the Watchtower, because that is impossible, honestly, to deal with for the Zerg. At least for Lingbane part of the army, so... I think Clem got a little bit over-ambitious there with the attack.
It's already adding in the go, so there's nothing... I mean, the game isn't necessarily lost here. We're gonna get another push off creep this time. Blinding Cloud managed to catch both tanks, sloppy positioning once more out of our French Terran player, who's kiting back against the Ultra, will take it out. Dark is slowly climbing a little bit in the worker count. Was stuck on 71 for a long time. Now up to 77. What is the ideal worker count we're kind of aiming here? It's in the mid 80s, no?
Yeah, probably 90 for Zerg.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, there's no way he's getting there. I mean, if he's being attacked, the high army supply can actually help him in crushing the fight. So far, it has not happened though. Clem has been trading pretty decently so far. He's up not as much as you would like as a Terran, but it's good enough considering the work count that Dark has been working with the entire game so far. And yeah, this tank position, even if they get blinding clouded, they're quite useful because the Zerglings go there and they try to attack the tank, but they actually can't properly attack the tank. So having some tanks there with some Widow Mines is actually super annoying to deal with for any Lingbane based army.
Do you see those Ambaros on the mines and the pickups? That's pretty sick,
Yeah.
no?
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
That's freaking fast. We tried it with the first one as well, but the biles actually hit. That's a nice move. I like that type of stuff a lot. It's gonna quickly transition here into Liberators. Get a bunch of Ghost out. We saw him play a very heavy Viking style in Atlanta against Serral. On this particular map, are we expecting that again?
If Dark goes into Broodlords, yes. I would expect he goes for more of the Liberator Viking focused playstyle as well.
Okay. What is kind of the thought there against Broodlords? Just Vikings kill air and Liberators kill ground. Put them together, it works?
Yeah, those counter everything else.
Ghosts are like the ketchup of the Terran army. It goes pretty well with everything.
Don't tell me you're one of those guys that is ketchup with everything.
No. But there's a lot of a lot of Americans have now woken up and they like analogies that relate to that.
All right.
Oh, ketchup, that's good. I like that. Nah, don't worry. I'm actually not a huge ketchup fan.
Yeah, same.
All right. Liberator range here is on the way. We don't have any ship weapons yet. Well, look at that. He's queuing up the Caduceus reactor as well. Clem knows what's good.
Wait, what time are you? Did it finish already?
No. He selected the fusion core. And you
okay,
can
I
see
see.
there's
Yeah,
research.
I see it.
Yeah. Nah, don't worry. Has it queued up already. I like that upgrade a lot.
It's very good. Especially with the way Clem is playing.
Serral didn't know what it did. He thought it was the Raven energy upgrade.
Serral probably doesn't even read the patch notes.
Yeah, he has no clue what's going on in the game.
Yeah.
And then he asked, is the Raven energy still in the game? I said, no. Okay, planetary here is up.
I mean, it's not looking too hot for Dark, but Dark is actually pretty good at these types of games. Clem actually getting caught there with his army just running, not fighting whatsoever. So Dark's army at the right side trading okay, getting a lot of SCVs here at the third base. But still, all of these CCs are up, and at this point, I mean, usually if you just keep running towards structures and then you start A-moving, it's a good fight for Terran. It's something that not a lot of Terrans have figured out yet, but it is, it's at least against Ultras, Ultraling, Baneling, it's not much you can do as a Zerg there. The only way you ever get a cost-efficient trade, the only form of catch that you have, is a Fungal.
Yeah.
The second best thing is a Surround, but then the Zerg can pick up, the Terran can pick up.
And I guess if Vipers can get a catch on maybe some Ghosts, that would be nice. But they need to come from a surprise angle then, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, mostly it's really imposters.
Yeah. Clem is pretty far out on the map here. Not that many Banelings in this comp. There's no flank either. And that means that he can just run back to that Planetary Liberator sieging up. This is not going to be a great fight here for Dark. As a couple of snipes end up going down as well. Clem at, well, not max supply, but near max supply. He has a lot of orbitals as well. He's expanding quite quickly. Dark's creep spread, by the way, is fairly mediocre this game. I mean, it has been denied a lot, but there's not a whole lot on the map at the moment.
Yeah, there isn't. That's really the way Clem is playing, with constantly having his army split up and constantly being on the map, constantly scanning. It's very, very difficult against him to have good creep spread. I think it looks like this for every top Zerg, which is just super uncommon usually against other Terrans.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's in time here with the repair. He's barely not. And he's even losing a lot of units there. This was the best trade Dark has gotten all game.
Yeah, that was a lot of SCVs that went down. As well as losing this base at the same time he's being pushed back over here. A couple of ultras might fall in the retreat to the snipes. I guess the best way to deal with these types of ultra run-bys is A, having a couple of mines in case there's Banes, and B, just having Liberators around, right?
Yeah, and a sensor tower really helps. In general, also having your army split up is just enough. Like, Dark doesn't even have anti-air, proper anti-air, so you could just have a Liberator at the top left, and then have the rest of the army hovering towards the left-hand side and attacking in there. And then you basically have the entire map covered if you have the Watchtower. And the rest of the army obviously at the bottom where he has all of his new bases.
Yeah.
So it's very naturally easy to split up your army here, and to avoid getting these run-bys in. He does renew the center tower as well at the 12 o'clock position.
This is very frustrating for Dark. It felt like Dark finally had a little bit of momentum, and then 2 or 3 Liberators showing up when you don't have anything that shoots up. That is, that is quite annoying usually. And you have Queens, I guess, and you could build a Spore, but probably gonna need to build a couple of Corruptors to fly around and clear all of this up. You're spending a lot of energy, a lot of attention there, as well as just not getting that much money. Bigling run by into this base. There were no mines in position, but Ghost will move in. The Liberators did a good enough job at keeping the SCVs alive as well. This was not a very successful trade here whatsoever for Dark, who has been mining way less than his opponent for the past minute due to these Liberators. There are a couple of Infestors burrowed on the map at the moment, as these 2 Libs are still going ham. And 8 Corruptors are being produced. But it's going to be a while until everything gets cleared up. There's still a Lib on the far right side as well. And Dark just isn't mining that much and doesn't have a bank.
Yeah. Clem has been out mining Dark, and he's been trading a lot better than Dark. And so yeah, that's usually not a good combination for the Zerg player. Oh my god, the Woodermine got an Infestor. That is just
phenomenal. Dark's gonna be real happy about that one.
Yeah, this is the type of stuff that really triggers me.
Yeah.
If one of mine gets like 20 Banelings, I look at it, it's like, okay, that's normal, but it randomly kills my burrowed Infestor that I had there waiting for a Fanga.
Yeah, Clem's gonna clear all of those links, and don't forget there was really not much of a bank already here for Dark. These mines are gonna get destroyed by the bile, so that is nice at least. Oh, actually, one mine does get another shot in. There's just so much cash here, as Corruptors are making their rounds, just patrolling the airs, making sure that Liberators can't deny mining any longer. Yeah, Dark is gonna need an absolutely brilliant fight, and then he's gonna need another brilliant fight, and then he's gonna need to clear 1 or 2 bases, and all of these things need to happen relatively quickly.
Yeah, he probably needs like 3 brilliant fights, or he needs to for Clem to just wait and do nothing, and then play a late game from there, and still get brilliant fights. I'm very surprised that Clem didn't put any turrets in this location. I feel like you always get 1 free fungal on everything against Clem, because he forgets the Infestor exists, and then he does all the turrets.
Still gonna get most of these ghosts out of here. Liberator's not quite sieged up. There are no Vipers though, so these Libs just being all together clumped up is not the end of the world. Does need to be careful though. He's losing quite a bit over here. These Ultras might start knocking on the door in the natural. Not that many reinforcements either. Clem actually losing a lot of supply. Does this qualify as a good fight for Dark?
Yeah, this was a brilliant fight for Dark. An awful engagement for Clem. I mean, he got caught with his pants down, not having scanned the Infestors whatsoever, but the end of the fight is so good for him. Now that the Liberator is finally sieged, now that the Ghosts are finally in a position which is safe from Banelings and Infestors, all of Dark's units die, and he doesn't even keep trying because he knows he's getting outmined.
Yeah. Frustrating for Mr. Dark there. He's getting outpaced, not just in this game, but also soon with the moustache.
You think?
Dude, by the end of this series, Clem is going to have a full beard. There was some people in chat were suspecting that he might have used steroids. Started calling him Liquid Tran. Now, I'm not sure if I would, jump on that wagon quite yet, but it is a little bit suspicious, and I will ask him if there's been any needling as of late.
Okay.
It's just gonna be a winner's interview.
Oh, that's nice. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, me too.
So you're already assuming Clement has the series then, huh?
Yeah. I said it at the start. We're gonna get a winner's interview at the end. And Dark doesn't do winner's interviews.
I mean, yeah, this is the evolution of Clem's playstyle. He's now confident enough to play just super solid, even against the Korean Zergs, even on ping, which he used to absolutely hate. I remember back in the day I used to practice with Clem on NA, and I would feel so much better about myself because he actually would play a lot worse. If we just practice for NA tournaments, right? We would just try to practice with ping. I feel
This
like he's
wasn't
even
just you
gotten
going,
over
let's play on NA so I can boost my ego.
It was not. No, it was not.
Want to try a couple on Korea as well, buddy? Now one with a hand behind your back.
It works, though. It works. I was always happy whenever he suggested it.
So good. I love that he practiced that, though. That's nice. These guys, they play a lot of the American tournaments as well. I get very triggered playing with ping, so I never put myself in a voluntary position where I have to play on ping. But Beyond, MaxPax, Clem, they always play the NA Cups. They play, they don't give a crap about the server. Like, obviously they care, but it's not as bad. So when they talk about playing on East or Central, they say it's kind of okay for them, which is interesting because I freaking hate playing on Central already. And West, I actually start flaming.
Yeah, I hate it too. So what's the first map? It was Dark's map pick, I assume.
And then Solaris to side delta the leftover.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
I have no clue, dude. It said it actually underneath.
Okay.
I think, but I missed it, so it's what it is.
I can just scroll back his YouTube.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that. It messes everything up. Kills the immersion as well. You can only do it after the series.
It doesn't. It just says it in Chinese, I think. The Chinese name. It just says who banned what.
Oh, I thought it also said who picked the first map. Or maybe I just assumed that the left player always picked the first map.
I guess the left player picked the... No, actually, this makes no sense. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's sync up the time again.
48. 49.
Okay, yeah, we're good.
The YouTube video player is quite something, isn't it?
It's fantastic, I love it.
It's so good, yeah. I'm a massive fan. I was kind of hoping to see some barracks on the low ground today, after yesterday. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's pretty good. But Derek is also decent against it. I think he just gets link speed and then plays from there. And he plays roaches, which his follow-up is not good against, right? If he does the hellbat push.
We got a chat submitted question. Can you ask Lambo about the effectiveness of the infestor? This was asked by Dakila Hair.
The effectiveness of the infestor?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it is a very supply efficient unit and it's good to have them in general in late game. Once you have enough gas to spend on infestors, I think they're very good to have. 10 board infestors around. I think there's almost no reason not to have them.
Dakila responded with, seems like a big waste of money. I don't think he liked your arguments.
Alright. Then what about what we just saw when he fungled the entire unit? And that's the only good fight he took all game.
Yeah, but then after that he lost ultras. So the good fight baited him into a bad position. And it started with the infestor.
That's true. What about the old infestor? Yeah, that was just better. But now it's still good.
Do you like the infestor more when it's at 8 or 9 range?
It also did way more damage. Like,
sir, I have 2 offers for you. I can give you $5,000 for your car or 10,000. I wonder what he's gonna pick. What? We see Dark with a 4 or 5 links? Yeah, 5 links trying to run by. Triple CC coming out of Clem once more. He's perfected the art of opening up with triple command centers. I actually can't recall the last time I saw Clem die to an all-in while playing triple CC.
yeah, it doesn't really happen. Sometimes he loses a bunch of workers because he runs out with the Hellions. He loses against a quick Ling run by. That's the most early game damage that he usually takes. Like roach pits are not good against any of his follow-ups usually.
Hmm. This was 2 Hellion into Cyclone, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would have been fantastic for Clem if he would have gotten away with hiding the Cyclones from the Ling. But
Right
Dark
then?
actually didn't look at it. Because the Overlord should have been able to run towards the high ground.
Yeah.
But Dark didn't respond at all.
Oh, he's not building any Overlords either. So he would have got a supply block anyway. And now he's getting double supply block. If he loses another
left
Overlord...
is also not safe. Yeah, the left side Overlord is completely unsafe. And he's also not moving it, which is slightly triggering me.
No, he's
Okay,
doing it
now he is.
Yeah.
Now he is.
Okay, he's building 5 Overlords as well. So he was prepared to lose it. That's a pretty expensive joke though if you're only on 44 workers at the moment. Building 5-6 Overlords at this point is not really what you want to be spending your money on.
That is true.
Lynx.
He's doing a Baneling Bust. Baneling Bust counterattack, I guess? Maybe? Maybe just a straight up Baneling Bust? So
These are gonna
usually
go down
against
in
like 2-on-1 builds, what you can do is you wait until they move out and then you go with a massive Ling Bane all-in counterattack. And then you just hold it home with Queen's Ling Bane. But he might just go anyways, which is very wild.
There's no wall though. Didn't build the E-base in the wall.
That is true.
So now it's just gonna be a lot about the Hellion Cyclone positioning, right? Where are they at the moment that this hits? Where are the Marines? Okay, Marines are near the depot. Can he pull this back in time? As oh, it's gonna be tight.
Sim is not done. Sim is not done. That's actually so big. They can never get back to the high ground, and yeah, all these Marines are gonna die. It's all about the Hellions now, because the Marines did not do a good job of holding Clem's base, and now you go at the reactor, I think. Yep. Blow up both of the depots, more Banelings are morphing. It's all about the Hellion control now.
Yeah, there's not that many Hellions in the first place. 2 more do pop, that's real nice, that's helpful. SCV's being pulled off the line as well. Low ground is being held by the Cyclone Hellion for now. As the Cyclone's definitely helping out as well. Hellion's not being touched. There's a Reaper in here too. Medivacs coming out actually healing some of these SCVs, but the Banelings might just blow them up anyway. 29 workers going down already. As Clem, in a world of trouble, just as I was praising his ability to not die on triple CCs, seems like he just died on triple CCs. More links flooding in forward. Double Evo chambers on the way behind this, so Dark is already transitioning out of this. Are there any timings Dark needs to be afraid of, or is this just you have so many links already, your queen count should be good enough, and he's just really, really far ahead right now?
Yeah, the latter. It's he already has more army supply, so
Yeah.
I don't think he needs to be afraid of anything, because usually you can hold the initial timings with even considerably less army supply than Terran has. So yeah, it's looking quite good for Dark, but let's not underestimate triple CC. It made bigger comebacks than this.
Yeah, that's true, but it would still be a pretty big comeback. I guess there's no fort base quite yet. But the upgrades for Dark are pretty fast. So it's... I'm not a huge fan here of the position that our French Terran is in. If you were in Clem's ear right now, as in, not physically, but you were talking to him, what would you tell him?
Nothing, I would just let him play, because I would just distract him.
Okay, imagine you could pause the game. There was a timeout. And he wanted your advice, because he said, Lambo, I don't know what to do. What would you tell him then?
I think to just try and keep joining units and try to catch the Ling Bane. Like, it's very obvious to me that Dark's going to keep going for huge run bys because he has a big edge, so I think you just go weird ways with your army, with the move outs, and you just try to get good trades, find the run bys.
Just gonna pick up, go to the main here. This Hellbat attack, honestly, potentially can deal some damage. Banelings on the high ground already, though. Those weren't there. Life could have been much better. But they were there, so life isn't that great right now. The depot's gonna get taken out as well. 41 workers to 58. 1-1 has finished up for Clem. I think a Hydra then is done for Dark. I think I saw it build at some point. Baneling speed. Yeah, okay, there we have the grooved spine, the Baneling speed. Ling run by coming in, cleaning up that fresh mule is going to be quite annoying here for our Frenchie. who has no real factory units, right? Am I missing out? I think he has like no mines, no tanks. He's now building 2, but these units are good at you know, at getting something done. But doesn't have any.
Yeah, it's looking terrible for Clem. He already had the head tilt as well, which he usually tends to have quite early. And usually after a head tilt, he also plays worse. So if I was a Team Liquid coach, or if I was in Team Liquid, I would hire this guy. See, this is what always keeps happening. Whenever he starts having the head tilt, he starts playing more sloppy. But actually, don't get him a mental coach because he's already hard enough to beat the Elvis right now. He needs to have some kind of weakness, you know.
Yeah. The head tilt is his one weakness.
Like, it wouldn't even have been that terrible. Like it would have been really, really bad. But imagine he didn't lose the 20 supply without looking at it.
Yeah. The one cool thing that he did is that he instantly started the upgrades, kind of understanding the importance of that at least to keep up with it, or maybe even pull ahead a little bit. Maybe can have some better trades if you know you have a 20-25 second window where these upgrades finish. Your opponent doesn't have them. This mine's not going to connect with anything big. As Dark. If I know Dark, he's probably just going to try to kill the moment 2-2 finishes, right? Try to clear up the pushes, morph a bunch of banelings. We don't have Hive on the way quite yet. Oh my god, Clem is playing real sloppy. GG gets called. Just leaves the game.
It's the head tilt. Every single time he tilts the head, he gets a little worse.
Have you ever seen those videos on YouTube where, for example, it's the movie B, and every time they say the word B, the movie speeds up?
No.
You have never seen that? Or it's like Shrek, and every time Donkey laughs or something, the movie speeds up. And then this is the same with Clem. Every time the head tilts, he gets a little bit worse. And it compounds really quick as well. So at the end of next game, he might be playing at a platinum level.
I think it sometimes resets, but sometimes he's still shaking the head. So I'm not sure if his mental actually resets. Let's hope it does, because I mean I think he needs to play a little bit better than he did last game. He got. I mean, Dark did a fantastic job, by the way. He basically won the game by hiding the all-in for as long as he did. He hid all of the Zerglings, never showed any of the extra Zerglings to the Hellion Cyclone. And he also kept the Hellion Cyclone from checking the drum count at the third base. If any of that hadn't happened, Dark's all-in would not have worked. Also, if he hit a little bit later when Stim was done, also would not have worked. Also, if there was a wall, I really doubt it would have worked, because you need to use 5 of the banelings that he had. Like, I think he had like 10 banelings. You need to use them on the wall. So a lot of stuff that needed to go right there, and Dark basically hit the perfect timing and executed it well enough for it to barely work, you know.
All right. Final game, Side Delta. You mentioned that Clem doesn't actually like the map that much.
Yeah.
That's wild. I think it's a very good map.
For Terran, yes.
Oh, yeah, not for Protoss. Although, when I was talking with Clem, he also believed this was a Protoss favorite map.
Yeah, I think he just doesn't like... But it's... I know this feeling. Sometimes you just don't like a map as much.
And that's completely fine. You don't need to always have good reasons.
I also have the opposite quite frequently, where I just really like a map for myself. I used to love Acid Plant, even though I don't think it was that fantastic for Zerg.
Can't remember what Acid Plant looks like, so I will not comment. He opened with gas first here, by the way, Clem.
So he's gonna try to go for the Hellion YOLO, probably.
So that seems like a bad tell to have, no?
It is, but the build is not that... It's not that terrible. Like, if you see the Zerg is completely in position, you can just not run into the base.
Yeah. So for the people not aware, the difference between gas first and barracks first is that you get more gas, and you...
You can already stop after that. I think they got it.
Nah. A little bit less minerals if you play gas first, because you pull away from minerals a little bit quicker. It allows for a much quicker factory. So usually the way you'd play it is you'd play a Reaper Marine Factory Reactor, but here, because you have more gas, you can start the reactor right after the Reaper. So you can swap faster. I think it's like a a 15 or 16 second difference with the first 2 factory units that can come out, which is a pretty freaking big deal, especially if you're not expecting it. Now there are a couple of tells. For example, the first Reaper hits about 4 seconds later because the barracks is delayed. Regular barracks finishes 127. The gas first barracks at around 131, 132, or 130, depending on how good the terrain is at micro and SUVs. Ooh, that was a nice snipe. It's kind of rare to get kills, no, with a gas first Reaper, because they hit so late.
Rare, yes. Yeah, usually you should be able to tell. Dark's even making 1 extra pair of links, which is why to me. Usually if he makes 6 links, he tries to run them by the Reaper very frequently. If he does that, that's also really bad against gas first, because the Hellions are out in time. He's making even 1... He's doing some weird link run by. The thing that I was talking about earlier, sometimes Clem falls quite far behind against it. Now, if he times this correctly, and he does have an Overlord on the high ground, which means he should always be able to time it correctly, this can be difficult for Clem to deal with. We really need to watch out if Clem actually starts 5th and 6th Hellion right away, because there's a build with gas first where you stop after 4 Hellions for a bit to start the bench, you get an earlier 30C. If this is the case, and then Dark does a run by, I think Dark just is a magician to pick that perfect build. Oh my god, he's doing the run by, and the links are in position. Now he tries to get out. I think Dark revealed his Zerglings too early. He's only gonna get 1 Hellion. No, he might get both.
Probably gonna get both, no? Yeah. And the Reaper. Oh!
Oh, why did he stop? He stopped with the second Hellion.
I saw a minor head swing. Do we have any info on the head swing? It's
no,
not good?
It's not good. No, it's not
Oh
good.
no.
Not quite as bad as the head tilt, but it's up there. The multiplier is not that bad.
Yeah. Not liking this. A little bit of a supply block. Yeah. Oy. Clem struggling a little bit so far in this game. His Ling run by is being set up. Are the Hellions just being rallied across the map? I think the answer is yes. That supply block is actually gonna bite him in the bum.
He's gonna die. He's gonna die to the Zerglings.
Oh, he could have gone though. There was nothing here, no?
No, there was Zerglings anyway. It's good that he didn't go.
Really?
If he goes now, it's really terrible.
Yeah, but I think we would have gone. Oh, no.
Oh, but he's not. I'm telling you, the head tilts. He's just playing worse. Do not get this guy a mental coach, because it's all the Hellions to Queens. I don't think I've ever seen Clem do that. He lost 4 Hellions to Queens without looking at them.
And this is double CC. You're gonna get a bunch of kills though, because there's no Spore. That's actually big. That's huge. This is his lifeline.
Also did make like 30 Zerglings early on. But the Zerglings are now in Clem's natural, so I'm not sure how. If that's really a bad thing.
Come on, an idiot. Can't even make these links.
Look, okay, then it's over. Look at him.
Yeah, 45 supply. So to be fair, it is over. He has no 3rd CC. He has no extra barracks. He has nothing, and he's getting on, and he's very sad.
I lost twice in the early game.
Yeah, lost twice in the first 5 minutes. After I said that he never dies, but I said with triple CC. This wasn't triple CC.
I'm surprised that he didn't just go 3cc Banshee, because to be honest, I think he's quite favored against that right now in a standard game. And with 3cc Banshee, you're literally safe against absolutely everything. Okay, Clem looks very angry at this point. He's been shaking in his chair for the last 1.5 minutes. And now he's going into Banshee mech against Fire. It really doesn't get any worse than this.
You know what could greatly increase his chances of winning this game, though?
What?
Adding a Raven after that 3rd Banshee, let me tell you.
Oh, in that case, it's Disney mech?
That is Disney mech. And then we're cooking. Yeah, this is the worst thing that can happen, right? If you're playing Banshee mech?
Yeah, I mean, especially with early game like this. Usually, Mira is not the absolute worst, depending on how early you add your extra factories, but this is, yeah. In this scenario, absolute worst case.
Why is it called Disney mech? It's because it's very fun, and a 5-year-old can do it. So It's the same target audience as most Disney movies.
Which is why the only two people who thought of it was Harstem's off-race and Ryang. And Ryang did beat Reynor with it, so... it's...
Yeah, a couple of Cyclones popping out. First mutas are here. Do we even have an eBay?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. At least the Banshees get to escape. Oh, come on, just play the game. Stop doing that.
Okay, GG. I think he's kind of pissed at himself for not just playing normal.
Yeah.
Because this has to be very infuriating to lose against, but you should be a little bit more stoic during the game, I think. Even if he just tries to not show his emotions,
Yeah, I think just trying not to show them, even if you feel them, makes them less pronounced anyway in your head. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Ah, that was so sad. I was really hoping for a cheeky little winner's interview. Maybe we can get a winner's interview with Serral. I bet Serral would be down if I message him, right? Sometimes he just goes to walk his dog, though, after.
We will get one no matter what today, because it's going to be Reynor versus MaxPax.
True. Both of them are always down for winner's interviews.
Always down.
Great guys. Ask Dark. I don't think I have him, and I don't think his English is good enough. It would be very difficult, I think.
Yeah.
So it's I don't want to make him feel uncomfortable. I also don't know him well enough where, you know.
Dark interview in Korean, please. Now that would be more possible. If it wasn't for the fact that neither of us can speak Korean.
Technically, I have Irene around. But Irene does never want to do it. She doesn't feel comfortable in her Korean. Her Korean is very good. Like, it's really not fair. Her Korean is very, very good.
She doesn't feel comfortable doing it on camera, you mean? Or?
No, she because she doesn't know a lot of the StarCraft terms, I think. So she doesn't feel so... Like, the Korean StarCraft terms, I think, is...
Yeah.
I told her many times as well at Home Story Cup. It's like, it would be sick if you just do the translating. So Solar doesn't have to do it. But then she's also afraid of getting something wrong and then making them look like worse or something, or just not understanding like a certain word. Because she's not super in touch with the slang, I think.
I think she's overthinking it.
I think so, yeah.
Perfectly
I mean, if she doesn't want to do it.
Yeah. It's funny, the only thing that's stuck in my head from all the Korean StarCraft terms is Haebang song, which is Liberator, because the pro league casters always would scream it whenever there was a Liberator around.
Really? I can't remember this at all. Ooh. I kind of forgot to mention that, but Firefly is out of the tournament, right? With a 1-3 score. Beyond is 2-2. That means he needs to win the 5th round. Dark has advanced on to the next round as well.
First Zerg that advanced.
Yeah. Well, there's one player of each race right now. This is not like there was 7 Terrans that advanced so far. But yeah, still true.
I mean, I think it's surprising none of the Zergs qualified with 3-0. If you would have predicted.
Oh, true. Yeah, I would have gotten either Serral, Reynor, or Dark to go out 3-0. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And then, so Beyond needs to play still. Solar being 1-2 is also somewhat surprising to me. He had pretty close series as well. Classic Serral, yeah. Did you watch the series that Solar played against Serral?
I believe so, yeah.
The second game was the Muta game. Roaches into Muta.
Yeah.
And then the third game, I can't even recall what happened. I think played Roach into Muta again, actually. But then went for a +1 Roach all in. And then didn't work.
I tried Lingbane Muta one game as well.
Yeah, but from Roaches. That's what he did in the second game. So I opened with like 12 Roaches. And then he got like 12 Mutas. And then went melee upgrades. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the kind of dumb tricks that we try to
do against Serral. Yeah. It felt like a trick as well. Serral looked super upset. He was flaming himself quite a bit after that. It's really funny.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it wasn't very funny. It was just, I thought it was funny. All right, let's do some shout outs real fast. Thank you, It's Danny, for the 40-month resub. Serit76 for the Twitch Prime, and Fairgun for the Twitch Prime as well. All of that was about an hour ago. I'm sorry, but there's some epic games going on. Harstem, why did you opt to commentate instead of playing?
For you guys. It's obviously for you guys.
Yeah, it's for the fans. I didn't want to leave you guys with other commentators.
Same for me, actually. I thought, one day I can help out Harstem.
Yeah. Let me lose this qualifier in round 3.
Yep.
Exactly right. That's why. All right.
I was already up 1-0 against Piotr in the macro game, and I was like, I saw him proxy Rex, and I was like, yeah, you know what?
You know what?
For Harstem, I lose.
They're gonna be real confused if we ever get Clem versus Dark at some point. They need me. Did that STV just walk through Overlord Vision, by the way?
I don't think so, no.
That must have been real close, though.
Yeah. Okay, so he's just playing 2 Rex Reaper with a second Rex proxied. This build is pretty decent. The follow-up is worse, obviously. You cannot do any of the big marine pressure follow-ups, but you can still do the build that Clem likes to do. Just with a later extra add-on, basically. Like you can still go into Hellion Cyclone.
Yeah, so the main difference here is that at some point your barracks needs to fly back, and while it's flying, it can produce an add-on. And that add-on, I guess, is the Tech Lab add-on?
I mean, I think it's a second reactor. I think the barracks has
First one
will
versus
make a reactor first.
Then swaps and gets a Tech Lab. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense, actually. So if you...
So this...
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
This looks like a marine for him now, but now that he sees the Reaper, he's gonna be like, okay, has to be a second barracks either in the main base or hidden because there's already a second depot.
So what is the difference in response here? You usually go to a higher link count, 6 to 10 links early on, or?
There's no difference. You just need to micro a little bit better. The Reaper's just there earlier. The response is still the same.
Gotcha. Yeah, the second Reaper being there so fast, it really helps out. It's a long time before that Queen pops, by the way. I wasn't aware of that. Holy crap.
Oh, he's getting a lot of Zerglings here already.
Did he kill that drone? I think he did, right?
No. I don't think so.
I thought there was one drone there in the back that he sniped. Could be wrong.
I thought it got away, but maybe he got it. I don't know.
So it's, what, 4 Reaper here? Yeah. 4 Reaper, and then he's gonna fly that barracks back home.
If he doesn't lose the Reapers, it already is a good opener. Like, even without killing any of the workers, Serral has made so many links on a very low worker count that it's good already, I think, for time.
Okay.
He really needs to get away, though, with the Reapers. If he loses the Reapers, it's terrible, instantly. And good follow-up scout from Serral. He's the 3rd CC, trying to hide the Zerglings. Clear knows the timing at which speed can finish. And goes back just in time. So yeah, I like this for Terran.
Yeah, and we do see that factory. You have the reactor. Factor, of course, in the wall. We're fully expecting a swap, right?
Yes.
Starport already going down as well. That's pretty quick. So many links out. So you wait for the first 2 cars and then you go?
Yeah, this is not terrible for Zerg by any means, but I would not be happy with this at all.
Is this third base timing? Is this kind of standard against this opener? Because this feels really late.
It's late. It's late for sure. Usually you take it the moment speed is done. Like with the speed, you force the Reapers back, then you take the hatchery. But because he made the Zerglings so early, you never want to delay drone production in favor of the earlier 3rd hatch. And because he had so little mineral income, he delayed his 3rd hatch because he just didn't have the money for it. He would have needed to cut drone production by quite a bit. So now, because of it, I don't think he has another choice than going roaches because of how late his 3rd base is. Because you cannot defend anything with this late of a 3rd whittling lane, you know, because you don't have enough larva.
Yeah.
But Serral doesn't mind playing roaches whatsoever, so it's not like that's that bad of a thing.
These are a couple of scary seconds, though, aren't they? Like, you don't really have that much. There's a significant Reaper count, a bunch of Hellions. Why is Cure going all the way back home?
I don't know. He's just fishing, but I think Serral is fine. He has a high amount of Zerglings, so he should be fine for one way. In fact, I even would... I think it's a cool move sometimes, if a Terran plays like this, to have the Queen slightly out of position to bait them into running by the cars.
Ooh, that's big. That's also the type of play that backfires.
Yeah, it could, but he
Lambo
has so many units
completely
I
out of
really
position,
doubt.
losing 30 drones. And then you in the in the losers interview going, yeah, it was a bait. I wasn't a mistake.
That's why they don't do
Real
losers
good.
interviews.
They should bring that back. Ooh, fast armory coming in for Cure. That's indicating a bit of a Hellbat push, perhaps, no?
Yeah, 100%. He wants to have the Hellbats with the first Medivacs. Okay, this Liberator revealing himself without sieging, making sure that Serral is in position.
Yeah, but he already
Also
got 4
valid.
kills on it.
Oh, he did. It was
Yeah.
at third base. Huh?
Yeah.
I didn't
Ah, the anti-F2. Making life a little bit easier by sieging it up into that space. Can't accidentally all army hotkey that. I feel like a lot of Terrans have gotten better at using actual control groups these days.
For sure.
This still just feels like a scary little force there. You know, the Reapers, they make it a bit more, I don't know. The fact that you can throw grenades is scary. Like, the queens can't just be by themselves here, because they'll die. You have 3 queens against this, like, well, adios queens. Medivac's moving around as well. Serral has managed to put all of his overlords in dead spaces. Or at least in decent positions, so shouldn't lose any overlords. There's an overlord on the far right that's going to spot this. Link's already patrolling in the main base as well. So the Liberator's going to move in position towards the net. Once again, Serral was ready with those roaches. I don't think that Lip is actually hitting anything. I killed 2 drones.
Having those Zerglings in the main base is so nice because they're not great in a direct fight, but they completely shut down Cure's drop. And even without any extra upgrades, the Zerglings, like, you just can't unload on top of Zerglings. So that's very nicely done by Serral. Still, he gets the cancel on the fourth base, which is kind of annoying, and I still would say that Cure is slightly ahead in this game. It's just very big that he also forgot his +1 armor.
It's also really nice that he started a second armory.
Yeah, that is... yeah, I don't know.
Could
He
have been,
even started a +1, so you would think that at that point he realized that that's not the same armory.
maybe just thought it finished really fast. Ooh, Infestor's on the way. Yeah, I'm not loving Serral's position over here. These were some really nice rotations, though, with those units, with the Liberator. So I had the Lib in the main, Fluid to the net, Drop to the main, Hellions, Reaper to the third. Then Marines back in towards the fourth, getting that cancel. I think just very pretty rotations all around. That's our Chinese observer now pointing out as well that there are indeed 2 armories. Hydra then on the way. We're fully expecting this to transition into a fairly stable lurker type of game, right?
Yeah. Cure had a massive supply block. He just dropped a depot and he still supply block making 3 depots. And he didn't even realize it right away. The Cure is now behind in supply purely because he just didn't macro properly. So that's... I mean, that supply was actually super massive. There's one thing that I find very funny about this map is that both Serral and Reynor think it's not as bad. I mean, obviously they think it's a Terran map, but you have to play the least of the Terran maps, like the least evil at that point, and they think it's not that bad, but they lose every single time I see them play on it. So I think they should honestly veto it, just based on statistics.
yeah. Definitely. Yeah, they don't
Like
win a
some-
whole lot on this map. Even though sometimes the games look close and they're epic, and in the end it's always an L. It's not a great look for your vetoing. Serral's being fairly far out on the map actually with that roach force. And Cure actually respected it, moved back with his Medivacs. Serral has cleared the map. That is a very good feeling as a Zerg player, when there's nothing that belongs to the Terran, trying to poke at your creep, trying to snipe 4 drones, denying an overlord, or grabbing a watchtower. It's a couple of seconds of pure bliss here for Serral. He gets the macro up, spread a bit of creep himself, see if he can maybe saturate a 5th base at this point. He's not going too hard on the drone count. I guess he's still afraid of dying to some type of tank push, I guess, like a maxed out tank push.
Yeah, yes, it's pretty hard to drone up properly if you play cave up. Like towards 90 drones, something like that. I am very surprised that Cure maxed out, because he's forcing himself to push now. I think if Maru was in this spot, he would just be on the map with Medivacs and Marines, and he would already have Ghosts in production.
Yeah,
which
and
I think
4
is,
CCs as well.
Yeah, it is so much better to play like that.
Yeah. Ooh, double scans in the main here, as the double drop is heading in. At the same time, we have an attack coming in from the left side. There are no Vipers out yet, Lambo. That's an issue, isn't it?
It is an issue, yeah. He will need to do a run by or something with his main army, because I don't think he can run up there. Is there really no Vipers? That's very surprising to me.
And right now he's maxed out and he's supply blocked, so he can't build any either. This position is kind of gnarly. At the same time, this comes in. Fungal, ooh, solid pickup. It's not gonna get hit on the Marines. We'll take it on the face on one of these Medivacs. Tries to redrop. Cure's just pushing forward here, and he can because there are no Vipers. Serral, sloppy movement on the Ravagers. Lurkers, of course, helping out. Can't move in there with those Marines, buddy. That ain't possible.
I'm so confused. Why is there no Vipers? And why the hell is there no Ghost in production? Now it's the first Ghost that he's starting. That's very late as well. He's trying to drop on top of the Zerglings. These are unupgraded Zerglings, but he's losing one Medivac without looking at it to the Queens that were in position, so that's good for Serral, as he gets one more of the tanks. Yeah. He says, I have no gas, I will just clear these tanks with the Ravagers, and slowly but surely he's actually managing to clear this position. It's still not a comfortable start to a late game whatsoever, because the Terran on his side has complete free reign to do whatever he wants. And you're not even trading that efficiently so far.
Here comes a good Lurker attack though. Or potentially a good Lurker attack. There are 2 tanks here, one of them in position to actually shoot at these Lurkers. Of course, Serral can micro it back if he wants to. It's not quite going to. There's no detection anymore. Do we have enough scans? I don't think the orbital count is quite high. We have 2 more on the way. Indeed, we get 1 more scan and Serral will piss off with this army. Earlier when you mentioned not maxing out, I'm just going to explain to the people that don't know, is what Lambo meant is just cutting Marines out, because Marines don't add a whole lot in a late game composition. So you're basically floating supply. You stay on like 170, 180. The money you gain from that by not building Marines, you invest into command centers. And then when the Ghost Academy and your extra barracks with tech labs finish up, you fill up that supply with Ghosts, which is much more supply efficient. And you're just creating a better army that you don't have to get rid of. And when you build a lot of Marines, you need to trade them out because they're not a good late game army. That's accurate, right?
Yeah, 100%. Okay. Yes. The Vikings in position for the Doom drop. And you have to turn around here as Zerg. You're even going to lose one Overlord because Overlords are very slow. Nope. Cure was not microing them.
Yeah.
So that's good for Serral. So yeah, I wonder what Serral's game plan here is at this point, because on this map it's almost impossible to mine one of the opposing bases. Which means he will have to kill Cure before he mines out his half of the map. Or he will need to play the efficiency game, which is very difficult against Terran in general.
We have a Spire, Nidus Network, a couple extra Hydras here. Cure so far defensively well set up. This map is so scary for Zerg to attack into positions though. Like this forward planetary, walking up that ramp seems like a scary prospect 90% of the times. And then going towards the top side, making that rotation also seems kind of wild. There's no sensor tower actually covering that right now. So this is going to come as a surprise. And as a result, Serral might get a snipe here. And that would not be huge, but it's still a very solid pickoff. Snipes are going down. Serral probably also wants to get rid of some of these roaches at this point, no? In a, well, a somewhat decent way.
Yeah. Yeah, one more reason why you don't want to max out with the Marines is because the Zerg actually will have to run into you anyways, and the Ghosts and the tanks should be enough to do that defend that very cost efficiently. Like Serral is the one now that needs to still get rid of his army, so even though his bank looks fantastic, his army is not that great, and he still needs to get rid of a lot of the units that he has on the map right now, which is very difficult to do. Like it just doesn't put you into a nice position. Serral doesn't even have the entire map covered in creep yet, so he still has to work on this as well.
What a move.
Overall, just I love this for Cure so far.
Can't believe he doesn't have the entire map covered in creep.
There was nothing on the left side happening, right?
What a moron.
I have very high standards for him.
Yeah, very high standards. All right, Lurkers move in. There is a bonus planetary here on the side. as I think there are plenty of tanks here to eventually clean this up. It's gonna take a while though, and Serral is honestly doing better here than I thought he would. At the same time, he's also hitting the right side, as Cure is actually kind of struggling. He's extremely low on gas, by the way. There's only 100 gas in the bank. He's mining 800 gas a minute. That is what? How many extractors is that? Like 5?
800 is like 3 or 4. Yuna has 1.8k with 8 gas, right? Or maybe 10. Yeah,
10.
yeah, but yeah. Either way, he's not mining a lot of gas, which is not good for him right now because he's struggling for those gas units.
Yeah.
He was just not in position. I mean, it's the most obvious spot to attack into his outside bases, right? So I'm very surprised that he was never in position, because the lurkers, while you run up, you can snipe them. Like, you don't even need tanks in position. You can just stand there with a ghost. Serral doesn't have any form of catch besides Infestor, so as long as you pay attention. With a sensor tower, you should not be caught.
Quick pickup over here. A couple of ghosts gonna get abducted in. I think that was 4 ghosts total that fell there. That's, once again, a lot of gas that he's losing. We saw a nuke here being researched, by the way. This is a very early nuke. It also doesn't feel like a nuke game, no?
It does not feel like a new game, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he had such a free entrance into the late game that I think he just built all of those extra stuff that he doesn't need. The extra ghost academies, etc. And now he maybe just wants to use them. But, yeah, still, it doesn't look that terrible for a Terran. You need to remember that as a Zerg, if this keeps happening, you still need to, at some point, get a huge win in order to eventually break the Terran. And if you don't do that, they will take the last 2 bases on their side of the map. So unless you're actually mining actively from them, your bank doesn't really transition into a win very easily.
Yeah, that seems to be Serral's plan here. Just going in, try and take that top right side base. He has lurkers set up, so this is not just... Sometimes you see people just build the hatchery, and then if it goes up, they're like, oh, let me use it. He's trying to somewhat defend it with a couple of lurkers there. He's gonna get a Nidus network in the bottom left as well. That's actually really cool, because that allows him to transfer lurkers over. Very often what you see in like the late game is that a small force of bio ends up sniping the outside bases of the Zerg, right? And having all these Nidus networks there available is actually super helpful. This is an insane position on a nuke. What's the chance Serral's gonna find that?
It is decently high, I think, that he will find it. But I guess he's not. Yeah. Usually you can just listen to it. Like, I just zoom around. I don't even start at the beginning because the sound is not that high. Usually I just take a look at my army, then the most exposed bases, and then if I don't see it right away, towards the end of the nuke, I just zoom around to hear where the sound is the loudest. Like, I zoom around on the minimap, and that way you can kind of always find it.
Ooh, this Nidus might actually go up. I wonder if there's anything in there, though. We see.
He's loading it up now. There's a couple of lurkers and an infestor in there.
Back in.
I don't think you want to unload.
Yeah, back in, lads. That's not it. No shot. Ooh, these lurkers actually getting some trades. Not enough lurkers though. At the same time, Serral sends an attack towards the middle. Cure lost quite a bit of supply. Oh, more lurkers popping out right now. That means, oh, Infestor as well. Means that all of these dudes are gonna die. Another nuke goes down here on the bottom left side base. Serral once again not really paying attention. Okay, no, he's gonna move it back. Has sent his links over as well to deal with this ghost. Gonna clear the ghost, and this was a very nice trade here for Serral. Both nukes and ghosts are expensive when it comes to the gas. We have 2 more nukes being loaded up, and if there's one way that Serral is gonna trade efficiently, it's just by dodging nukes.
Yeah, every single nuke is an efficient trade as long as he doesn't lose 100 to it. And yeah, I mean, Cure is not trading as efficiently as he would like to be trading. And Serral is not even trying to throw away any of the units. He's waiting for Cure to make mistakes, basically. That seems to be Serral's game plan right now. And it has been working. You can see he still has a lot of Roach Ravager Hydra in the army, which you would think doesn't trade that efficiently, but if you're just waiting for your opponent to not be paying attention to his army once, it can work. However, if it is a full-on engagement with both armies being there, Serral's army will be trading very, very cost ineffectively.
You know what I wouldn't mind here is like having a kind of in between planetary, like on this area where now the turret is building. Just having one there as well. I feel like that is kind of underutilized. I saw Clem doing this in Atlanta on Oceanborn quite a bit, where you're just kind of leapfrogging with planetaries, and it's so hard for Zerg to get good trades. This is an insanely nice rotation that went unspotted, by the way. It's gonna get a kill here on an orbital. Maybe get somewhat of an okay trade. Needs to piss off right now. He's gonna lose all of these roaches. I wonder if that was on purpose. He just wants to get rid of it. Serral didn't look super happy about it, but he needs corruptors, right?
That is the question. I mean, it's Mass Liberator, so theoretically, yes, I think you need the Raptor Viper. You can also hope that you catch your opponent unsieged and then try to play with Hydra Viper. But, yeah, I mean, he's going for the Corruptor route. With his bank, you would think it's the correct call. Because that's the one downside of the Corruptors, is that they cost a lot.
God, that's a lot of freaking lips.
These drones barely escaping, most of them. It's actually quite funny. And yeah, Cure now finally is getting his top right side base. He also almost mined out his third base entirely. He will, I mean, that shouldn't be too hard to mine from. Towards the end of the game. Cure's game plan right now should be to just deny the left side base. Like, don't let Serral mine from any of your bases and keep mining your side of them. How the hell is Serral even resources lost is actually crazy. He's the only Zerg that I watch play late games against top Terrans, and he's somehow even in resources lost. It's actually beyond me how he manages to do that, because Terran has all the tools in the world to trade efficiently in every trade. Like, you can scan to see if you want to take an engagement. You have sensor towers to be in position.
Yeah.
You can pick up if a fight is bad. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you believe that Terran, yeah, if you have full information, you should always be capable of taking at least an even trade, or you just don't take the trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this game hasn't felt very stable from the side of Cure. You know, he hasn't killed the game as much as you would like to as a Terran. I feel like there's too much action. As a Terran, ideally, nothing happens the entire game. You just sit there, you're building Ghost, and you're pushing planetaries, turrets, and sensor towers, right? That is the dream scenario here for a Terran player. Clearing this third base, by the way, although there aren't many minerals, is huge positionally for Serral, because it allows him to take the left side base, which he usually should not be allowed to do. It also opens up this angle to kind of potentially move into the natural, maybe do something around the fourth base. I feel like taking out these rocks should be something to focus on.
Yeah. Cure just didn't micro his units there at all. He didn't siege his lips, and he blocked his units with the Marauders, so Serral took another good trade there. And at some point, Cure will run out of resources. Point isn't quite here yet, but it's in the near future.
This is so nice, actually. Serral's just ping-ponging his drones between these two bases. Every time one goes down, he just puts them in the Nidus network and then rebuilds the hatch. He didn't actually seize the opportunity to try and take out one of his opponent's bases. That's what he was doing before, like kind of see, okay, you're moving out to kill a base. I'm gonna take a fight now on your side of the map, maybe clear a planetary. He's gonna move in over here. This is just pure Liberator versus pure Corruptor. That is not necessarily a great trade for the Lips. Ghosts are now gonna show up. Baneling's trying to move into position. This is scary, though, as Cure has lost a bunch of supply. I'm not entirely sure where or how, but this felt okay still for Serral.
Yeah, every trade you see on screen at this point is going to be pretty good for Serral. Like, every trade that goes somewhat even is pretty good for him. Cure just doesn't split up his army very well, honestly, is what this game came down to, because this game started with a stable late game for free, basically, from an advantageous position for him, and then without Serral ever really committing, he managed to make it hectic, like you said, right? Which should not be possible at all if the Terran splits his army up properly.
That was a wild Viper. He just flew into 5 ghosts to throw a parasitic bomb on a lip.
I can't believe he got away, actually.
He just casually flew out again. I think Serral wants to... He's considering fighting this.
Yeah, that's... I mean, the only thing that Cure is going for him is that his army theoretically should be stronger, but Serral can remax an entire army. He can throw away the entire army and then remax, and Cure can absolutely not remax. So Serral is going for it. A lot of these Liberators are missieged towards the top side of the map, so all the Banelings can run in. Cure wasn't perfectly pre-split. He's barely winning this fight. So this was not good enough for Cure.
He's gonna keep his Ghost alive, loses all of his Lips. There are a lot of Corruptors right now, but I mean, I guess he can target down Medivacs later or start peeing on buildings if he really wants to. Yeah, so much cash in the bank here for Serral. What a great fight that was. He makes it look easy, but it ain't.
I think if you give this position, early late game position or mid game position in general, to Maru or Clem, I really doubt that Serral wins this. It will be very difficult. But Cure, I mean, I think this is Cure's worst matchup by a long shot. I doubt Eligu like supports that because usually turns best matchup is always ZVT there, but he just feels a lot worse in this matchup than the other. So this, on paper for me, is always a little bit of a mismatch. Because it was Serral's best matchup until Clem got insane. So, yeah. Serral's now at this point where you can just keep running into it, which is usually what Zergs do way earlier, but Serral is so patient with it. That he waited until he's 100% certain that he can keep continuously shoving into the Terran, even if the Terran is in position. He's still saving the drones there, which is just what a try-hard, honestly.
Yeah. Yes, he is. It's really nice as a Zerg player that if you see what units are reinforcing, it's Marine Marauder and not 5 more Ghosts. That has to be a good moment. You know that you're winning at that point for sure. There's just no resources to get the Ghosts. Yeah, this feels good. Also feel like we were lacking a little bit in the mine count, no?
Yeah. He didn't play mines, did he? He played tanks. I don't
yeah,
think
play
he
tanks,
ever
but
had
I feel
mines.
like in the late game with Libs, you still want to have some type of mines underneath, no? To deal with the
or
Banes?
tanks. Yeah, you want some factory units for sure.
Yeah. Ooh, this is a nice attack. It's the first time that these drones are not going to be capable of escaping. He just ran in there with a lot of bio. As Corruptor's also going to get sniped. This shouldn't be much of an issue. Viper's moving in. Have parasitic bombs, potential abducts. I think this top right side base might now fall. There's not going to be enough defenses there. And what really is Cure mining from at that point? From 2 half bases or so.
Yeah. Cure is on massive amounts of copium. Cure actually leaves quite late. In general, so not expecting him to tap out until he loses his army, usually. How about you do some hype casting? Because this.
I mean, what do you want
No,
me to say?
exactly.
There's nothing here. There's
What
not,
if this was the finals? There would be hype.
If this was the finals?
If this was the finals of the Masters Coliseum.
But it's
You would
not.
hype it up, no?
No.
I don't know.
Okay, but we have, in our lives, we have limited amount of hype. Do we really want to use up any hype on a game where Serral is up 50 supply and an 8k in bank? Imagine that MaxPax versus Reynor is going to be the most sick game in the world, the sickest series in the world. And we already spent some of our hype on this one. That would suck.
That is not how the hype works.
No, we have hype.
There's no hype meter that depletes. Like, if the game is good, the hype comes by itself. If MaxPax versus Reynor becomes the best series ever, there will be hype no matter what. And I don't think it will be decreased by us sarcastically hyping up a game that is completely over, but a Terran doesn't leave.
That was a pretty crazy nuke there. We could have done something with that maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
pretty funny because when I watch your stream, and you sometimes have these phases where you're a little bit down and the chat asks you to hype it up, and you do hype cast,
They love it. Yeah.
and they love it. You kind of just have to keep doing it because it's it backfires every single time because they just prefer it.
Yeah. That's a terrible game to have though. That's not how you want to be known. Alright, this game is over. The next one is going to be closer. That's for sure. This can't be much worse.
That's a
than
wide statement to make. This game was close for a big
a
price
long
of it.
time. Yeah, but it kind of... Look how happy Serral is with himself. You saw that smile? That was a smile that he was happy with himself. He hated the early game though. Look how glad he is that he won that in the way that he did.
He already knows he can use this next time he talks with me to try and convince me that Hardlet is not that bad.
Finally won hard, lad.
Yeah.
Gets to add a 1 on the
time.
left side there.
It's like 1 and 5, which is really rough, especially if you're Serral, because usually you're like 50 and 2.
Yeah. Why does he look so happy? You think there's some Finnish jokes going on? It wouldn't surprise me if Serral is secretly a massive memer in Finnish Oh, he's talking with someone? There's someone in his room. You saw that?
I doubt it. Why would there
No.
be someone in this room?
He looked to the left. There's someone. We've only ever seen this part of the room. It might run very deep, you know?
It doesn't. Look at the way the chair is positioned. There's no way this is not the end of the room.
Yeah, and also you see that the window is there. But
Yeah.
there must be I think there's a couch next to the chair, and that's where someone sits right now. Because he looked at it, and then he gave a smile. So unless he really likes or maybe he's like
Maybe he has
all
a
of
mirror there.
like all of his what do you call these guys? Like the plushies lined up, you know?
No way. No way Yona has a single plushie. He's not.
No, he's not. He really is not.
No.
There's no way he has a plushie. No, not plushie guy. Do you have any plushies? I feel like you might have one.
I definitely do, yeah. Well, I have a destroyed plushie in my room.
Of the
Which
dog?
was used as a dog toy, yeah.
Yeah.
But I have one very small one, like a magnetic, that I used to get. I got it gifted for my first day of school. I
Oh.
still have it here.
That's nice. Do you have the lag as well, or no? Okay.
The
it's fixed
lag?
itself. Yeah, there was some
No.
lag going on.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second. Oh, the thing is messing up. The quality is low. I'm sorry for that, guys. Can't help it. Okay, I'm just gonna redo it. I also need to do some quick shout-outs. Thank you for the 75 Danish crowners. Avast Captain, I'm a huge fan of both of your channels. Keep up the good work. Thank you. My pleasure, buddy. Very kind of you. Quick shout-out on the Twitch stuff as well. We have Gamer Dement with the Twitch Prime, SC Darklord with the Twitch Prime as well. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I got it already. Irene just came up to tell me that someone donated. Just gotta make sure that the money keeps streaming in. All right. Okay, I gotta set up again. Sorry. Double barracks, this time both at home. You think we're gonna see? He's been playing some 3-Rex proxy. You seen that?
I have not. Oh, you
Not
mean
proxy.
Marine?
Sorry,
Or...
3-Rex. Yeah, 3-Rex Reaper. No, I said proxy, but it's 3-Rex Reaper. He's been playing some of it, Cure, but it's not gonna be it. I was kind of hoping for it though. I like that.
Yeah, it would have not been very good now because Serral is playing Gas Pillage, so that is the biggest counter to 3-Rex Reaper there is. So I'm glad we're not seeing that.
This must also be quite good against 2-Rex Reaper then, no?
I think especially if turn stops after 2 Reapers, it's not that good. I actually think it's pretty bad. I think one of the things that this is the worst against is 2-Rex Reaper into 4-Rex, but I'm not sure if Q actually plays that build.
It feels like no one plays that build anymore, no?
Yeah, let's see if he cancels the Reaper. He doesn't. I also highly doubt that Terrans know the hatchery timings specifics, because he should already be able to tell that there should be speed there. Now he knows for sure if he clicked the gas. Now I'm not sure if Terrans... Surely they think this far ahead that they click the gas and they see. Yeah. Or
I
do you
think you're a
they
little
need
bit
to see
ahead,
this
by the way.
spawning pool?
Could we match up?
Okay.
I'm 233.
I'm waiting
34.
240, I'm waiting.
35. I'll tell you when I'm 40. 7.
I'm not even live
8,
anymore. How about you just keep
9,
live?
240. It was lagging a bit, so I want to be a bit behind. 42, 40, 44.
Can you just click live? There's nothing happening.
Okay, I'll click live.
So we're not behind. Yeah.
Yeah, but then it starts lagging again.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
so it's on your end then. Okay, sure. If it lags again, I'll
I'm
go back to
58,
work.
59, 60. 01, 02, 03. You're
Okay.
good?
I'm still waiting. Tell me when you're 8.
7, 8.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, nice. I just started okay, that was a tiny spike. Nah, there's quite some actually. This is frustrating.
It's on your end because I don't have any. You wanna try Twitch and I just sync it up with your Twitch?
No, I prefer YouTube by a lot. 28, 29, 30.
Just let's see, pausing here.
34,
Sure.
35, 36, 37, 38.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there.
Okay, gotcha. It's so stressful. I wish we could just be in the games. We were allowed to be in the games last time. We made a deal with them because they said, we don't want you in the games because you might lag the games. And they said, we won't lag the games. And if we lag the games, we will leave. Then we never lagged the games. And in this season, we weren't allowed in anymore. It
But you
makes
guys
no
were
sense.
allowed in because the stream quality was bad. Not you will never be allowed in if the stream quality is fine, because then you're just, you know,
Yeah, true. But, yeah.
you're just at risk for no reason.
Yeah, that's true. I guess that's true.
I can tell you right now, as a player, if you're in my game and you're lagging, I will be super triggered. So,
Yeah, same.
yeah. It also takes longer because you need to wait for it. Then everybody wants to be in, and everybody is allowed to stream this tournament. So there's 5 different English casters that I need to wait for my lobby to join the game.
Yeah.
After you just lost to, I don't know, random proxy Rex. I think it's better this way.
Yeah.
As long as the stream quality is good.
Yeah. Harstem Pig said that you're a lower class of player than Clem. Yeah, that's correct. you thought that this was... I didn't know this.
That was the worst way of starting a controversy.
Yeah, this is terrible bait.
Fucking drama bait.
Harstem, did you know you're slower than Bolt? So, yeah, I was aware of that.
What the hell?
Good attempt, buddy. Nice try. Click of 12, have a massive ego. No shot. Alright, roaches are out here and are gonna get kited a little bit by these cyclones. I feel like these roach versus cyclone interactions are better for Zerg on ping, correct?
Yeah. That is correct. Theoretically, you can just shoot the roaches without ever being shot,
Yeah.
which is very frustrating. Oh, this is a good surround. This is a fantastic surround from Serral. He's gonna get all the cyclones, but one. So he got one cyclone.
Secure also forgot the macro for a little bit. He's floating 1k right now, which is a crap ton of money to be floating. He's probably going to be throwing down 3 barracks and double E-base at the same time and pretend that it wasn't poor macro.
Yeah, that's actually not acceptable at all.
No,
This is game losing macro. Same with supply blocks. I know casters don't like to talk about them as much, or maybe they just miss them. I don't know. It's one or the other. But if you have a bad supply block and then you make a lot of overlords at once, as it's really, really bad. Or if as a Terran you need to drop a supply depot and then after you still slightly supply block, it just slows you down so much.
yeah. Ooh. This one kind of went unchecked though in the third base over here. At the same time, the drop in the main is dealing serious damage. Serral not with the perfect split here, but Cure also not with the perfect... Once again, floating 1k minerals. 500 gas he went up to there. Like this game, I'm not saying it should be over, but if he had macroed behind all of this, he would be in an insanely good spot.
Yeah, it should be over.
Yeah, it actually would have been over, right? Yeah.
Yeah. He's still floating 800. He could just be on 5 CC, unironically.
Kicking 5 bases right now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And now he's supply block, by the way.
Yeah, he hasn't
just
dropped
at
down
one
below
depot.
500 this entire time. He just hasn't in the past 2 minutes. Okay, now
He
we
started
go.
one depot. Okay, now he dropped the depot, and he just started a CC. But
Once
he's gonna
again,
be
supply
supply block. He's gonna be supply block after depot as well. Just now he's starting. He's not even producing from the factory and stuff. It's not. Yeah, Serral probably thinks he's dead at this point.
Yeah, and he should be. This was for a high level player of Cure's caliber some absolutely awful macro. Game deciding. People often forget about the mechanical aspect of StarCraft II because most pro players they watch, they don't really make any huge blunders. But this was a very significant blunder. Serral now also pretty big supply block here, did not anticipate losing an Overlord. Even if he hadn't, he still was going to be supply block, has to build 6 here. The game is very chaotic and this type of stuff will end up happening, of course. We do get a big fungal on here, a couple of drones going down, nice target fire out of Cure, making the best out of a crappy situation. Gets the pickup as well. 72 workers to 58. Cure's position still phenomenal here. But it was phenomenal last game as well, as Serral adding in 14 more workers at a time. I mean, Serral has to think he's super dead.
Yeah. But he, I mean, you always have a chance with the final, so that's what he's hoping for. He's basically hoping that Cure attacks into him, and he gets a final mid-map. I think this is... Because he didn't even start Hive yet, right?
Yeah, I don't think so either. Now he starts it, yeah.
Yeah, he's praying for Cure to have a bad move out. And this map is very short, so I would expect Cure to... Like, Cure can kill him with in a game like this, even against Roach Ravager and Faster, but he should wait until he's maxed, obviously.
We got a question from the chat here. Star Wars blockade, main ship artery ever. Div 2 routes, cost, fun, efficiency, cost tool, shorter route, have higher price. Now say, bodybuilding with snow shovel. What type of shovel? More than one. What do you think?
I think that has to be from YouTube chat, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, it was. No worries, Andrew. I just didn't quite understand it.
It was not very cohesive. But we'll try again with the next question.
Yeah. This is a big push over here. You have 5 tanks. 2-2 finishing up. His road run by, ideally it would have done something, but the depot race was quick enough over here.
There's a massive run by now at Cure's third base. A lot of roaches. The tank in the main base is in position by accident because he walled himself in. But he did not siege it, so it's not helping. And Cure now massively supply blocked. Could definitely start extra upgrades, but Terran players like to just wait on that a little bit. So they feel better about the bank that they see on their screen.
I like it. Ooh, this is actually a kind of a good run by now. Killing 2 tanks here, forcing the army completely back.
Yeah, not only kind of. This was a fantastic run by. And why is he not starting his upgrades? He's floating so much. Cure, this game is not it from Cure, honestly. I think he's still winning the game, but I kind of doubt he will win this game, you know?
Yeah, yeah. His position is good, but his play is not good enough to finish this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Double medevac boosting towards the top side. Couple of Vipers on the way. I think we already had preemptive Viking production as well.
I wonder what MMR I would have guessed if I had this game in our Rumble series.
Ah, come on.
Yeah, but would you guess 7.2k?
No, you wouldn't guess 7.2k.
Well, I mean, which player would you think it is? Let's say if you would have, I would not have guessed this level. I would probably guessed Ratata against
Milky Cow.
I mean the macro, yeah, something like that. The macro was just not good.
Yeah, it's a little bit lower level than, yeah. It's true. A couple of medevacs are gonna boost back home over here.
Let's hear. I mean, his position is still completely fine. The creep is basically non-existent. He's trying to take a 6th space right now, which is completely off creep, which is uncharacteristic for a Serral game. And he's now transitioning into Banelings, which still don't have any attack upgrades. Serral, now once again with a massive run by, this base is not defended whatsoever by anything, so Cure is F2ing his units back there as fast as possible. Serral actually respecting that Cure was more in position than he actually was, because he could have killed all the SCVs there at the very least, if not even the planetary. So Cure getting away with murder there for being completely out of position.
Yeah, Vikings pushing back these Vipers, might get a kill. No, good transfuse is gonna save it. Parasitic Bomb helping out. There's still a couple of infestors around. Did one of these Vipers end up dying, or did he just throw all of his Vikings away for free? I'm not entirely sure. Tanks in the back. That's a very long line of tanks. As this road run by is gonna get caught this time around. The start there felt okay for Serral, but the tail end of that not quite as brilliant. Tank count has been diminished at least a little bit. 54 more links on the way. Cure needs to micro his units. He's gonna cloak some of his ghosts to try and keep him alive. It is 170 supplied to 187. The quality of army still feels higher here for Cure, as these Roaches and Ravagers here are being caught. At the same time, Serral engages. Ghost will go down, so maybe it wasn't the Roaches and Ravagers being caught, but instead the Ghost here being caught. Serral is gonna somewhat clean this up, at least denies all of the tanks, unburrows an infestor, gets another fungal out as well. This all was done pre+3 as well. Good lord.
Yeah, the only reason this was so good was because it was with +3 for Serral against +2 bio units. Otherwise, I'm confident that Terran would have won the game there. I also don't think the tanks were sieged properly. You don't really want to have a line of tanks perpendicular to where your opposing army. Well, you want them to have them perpendicular, right? So multiple tanks can shoot at once. Whenever Serral started to engage, only the very front tank could actually shoot, which is absolutely not what you want to have.
Right. I was just thinking about what the word perpendicular meant again. It didn't dig very deep in my memory. I think I figured it out there. Parallel.
Basically in a line to where...
Yeah, that's it. So it's like a 90-degree angle, right? Perpendicular.
Yes.
All right. Marine Marauder here moving in. These types of run-bys, when there's no creep, they often deal so much freaking damage at such a high pace. Especially in these games where we had a lot of frontal pushes and then all of a sudden these drops come in. Zergs, they usually don't have a massive pre-split anymore because they've been dealing with these massive pushes the entire time.
Sarah's bank's getting kind of out of hand, and this map is not easy to go into late game with. This rich gas base is super exposed. Cure also is very low on the factory count units. Very low on the factory units in general. Has 3 tanks now, which is not great. I'm not even sure if he has a second factory, because he's not producing them 2 at a time. And he's also kind of broke. He really needs to get that rich gas.
Yeah. Yeah, it just hasn't been good. I feel pretty bad as well for Cure because both of his early games were extremely good. And I don't think that is super common versus Serral to have an early game that is, that is that crazy. He really put himself in some phenomenal position. So his understanding of like the first 7 minutes of StarCraft seemed to be, or at least of this matchup, seemed to be good enough to take on World's Best. But then it just all kind of falls apart as the game starts speeding up a little bit. Here comes Serral once more. Can we get a Blinding Cloud on that planetary? No, he doesn't care enough. So he's just gonna take it out. Serral with some fairly aggressive trades. I think this is the first time this series where he really moved into a position where the army was as well, or at least was very close. Still gets a good trade though. Infestor's gonna be burrowed. Is that in range of that turret? Yeah, I think
he just ran in range. Yeah, he just ran in range. It was fine beforehand. Yeah, now he's chasing. Cure's army is mostly running, which is always a good sign for Zerg. I think Serral is gonna disengage now to try and save all of those Hydras, which is very nice for him. He's even going for a Broodlord transition, which is also very good against the Marauder Ghost tank-based army that Cure is working with. And I mean, if Cure can get up those spaces, this is a good fight for Cure. Serral is engaging because he's trying to save the Banelings. He really did not want to cancel the Banelings there, so that was a nice engagement initially for Cure. The one nice thing for Serral here is that Cure is kind of forced to fight towards the speed zones. Cure now unsieging all the tanks that he had in his third base that were just there to defend run-by. So now Cure's army actually looks way bigger than it used to before in the fights beforehand. And Serral realizing that, instantly having to retreat. So another good fight for Cure. And Cure's fighting back now.
Yeah, once more an Infestor gets taken out. Cure really just focusing on this push though. Like there's no defense on his orbital that's sitting on that rich Vespine geyser. His third base is largely unguarded as well. This Link run-by is going to put on some serious pressure on Cure to start moving. Because that is one of the mining bases he has and it's providing him with a lot of gas. Yeah, Cure's just going to be moving back with his units. I almost feel like he should either commit to the push. Oh my, this was also an orbital. I wasn't aware of that. That is almost silly, no?
Yeah. I think it just speaks to how broke he was all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Because he had those extra orbitals laying around, and I don't think he could have afforded the extra CCs being made into planetaries, but it's going to make his life a lot harder now because he will have to split his army. Because even just a couple of Zerglings are super annoying if you have an orbital.
Yeah.
At an exposed base.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Serral's gonna try and get us around. To try and hit with some of these Bane. Splits off Links to clear some more SCVs. At the same time, Ling run by into the other orbital. And Cure has managed... He actually isn't reproducing workers, is he?
He's not, no.
Yeah, he's getting... Oh, now he is. I wouldn't even mind it if he just maxes out on like a huge army and tries to take the fight of a lifetime. He just can't keep these orbitals alive on the sides, and now he's just bleeding units in the middle. Like, this should just be an all-in at this point, I feel like.
You don't even necessarily need to all-in. You can still take it slow as long as you have a huge army supply.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't even need to press the issue as much. If you have a huge army supply, the splitting also becomes a lot easier for the exposed bases, and you can try to trade super efficiently. Those Zerglings are going to get 2 tanks, which is very nice. The other Zergling run by will be defended by Cure being in position. And Serral is trying to buy time right now for his Brute Lords. Serral does not want to engage this massive army that Cure has completely off creep as well in the middle of the map with a very nice tank split. But once his Brute Lords are out, Cure's army becomes a lot worse.
Oh, love the snipe there on that turret, allowing a bit more freedom for that Infestor. Might still run into a turret somewhere else, but at least you can move a bit more. Sensor Tower's gonna get sniped, Link stay alive, and see how Serral's expanding towards the top side. That's usually not a base that gets, you know, that gets to be taken at this point of the game. And Serral takes it. It's like, hey, you're moving towards the bottom, I'm gonna expand towards the top. Wouldn't surprise me if Serral starts re-expanding towards that bottom side now that Cure shifts his attention. And indeed, as you mentioned, these Brute Lords on the way are going to help out so much. Tanks unguarded in the middle, no bio to help out, so that means that 3 or 4 Links can perhaps take out a tank. As 2 tanks do end up falling. Another tank is going to get taken out here by a handful of Links. Serral with 80 workers. Superior gas income in particular, right? Mineral income is actually fairly close. And Cure still has a large army. Problem for him being is that his ghost count isn't so high, and that means that Brute Lords will be tricky to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, in general, if you're super tank heavy, the Brute Lords are super annoying to deal with as long as there's infestors below, because the ghosts can't go forward, and then whenever they do, they get fanged. Whenever they don't, the tanks need to unsiege. Whenever the tanks are unsieged, the Drake ground army can come in, so it's very rough if you don't have Vikings nor Thors, which is the position that Cure is working with right now. So yeah, what does he do? Does he unsiege? Oh my god, the orbital gets sniped in the bottom just by Hydras. And Cure being out of position there. He's still trying to press the issue now because he's losing his expansions. And Serral is respecting it.
Yeah, I mean, Serral can be patient here, right? He is expanding towards the bottom side, just took out one of Cure's remaining mining bases. I wouldn't mind if we get a massive army shift towards that middle. It's still an orbital. That means that these Links are going to be effective. I wouldn't mind if more units just go there. And yeah, we see a lot of Hydras moving over. Are going to get caught by these tanks as well. A CC being built in position. This has to be the most naively optimistic play I've seen in my life. As, yeah, Cure's going to be forced to cancel that. He's just running out of stuff right now as he has 2 Thors on the way. More Ghosts, more Marines. He's lacking gas. As another tank is gonna get sniped. Serral is just picking off stuff left, right, and center here with those Ling groups. As the right side is his, the bottom side is his, the top side is his. And Cure is... He's in the middle right now. And technically he's king of the middle, but there's nothing in the middle that's important.
Yeah, Cure is out of gas especially. Even though all of this is nice and good and theoretically should be better for Serral the longer this goes. Like 2 or 4 Thors being out actually makes Cure's army so much better that I would have preferred Serral taking the fight at the top. Because there was just no anti-Brood Lord there. Now there will be a little bit of anti-Brood Lord, and 4 Thors will destroy 10 Brood Lords in a fight like this. So this is still far from over. Like 1 good fight is all it takes here, because Serral does not have the bank that he did on Hardlat at the end. Oh, but this is a good fight for Serral. The tanks are blinding clouded, a lot of the units are stuck, it's at a speed zone, the Thors are coming way too late, they're in the wrong mode as well. All the banings are connecting. This was not the fight that Cure was looking for. Oh, and all the units even towards the end get fanged, so all the Brood Lords will survive. Cure with no emotion in this race, which is very the opposite of his teammate that we just watched.
Yeah, truly stoic. Ooh. Marines coming in. For a second that looked almost scary, but I mean, this wasn't a terrible fight. Well, it was a pretty terrible fight for Cure, actually. The Thors weren't there. They weren't in the right mode. And also the Hydras were shooting the Thors. I feel like if that happens, that's not good. The Thors shouldn't be attacked by anything, usually. Just
it's a mystery to me how Yuna manages to play games where in the end he's even in resources lost with Terran. There's no other Zerg that does this.
He is very impressive. He picked off so many free units, though.
Yeah.
Like he probably picked up like 12 or 13 tanks just running around with like groups of 12 links. It's crazy. Once again, links going towards the top side at the same time as well. Just checking if there's a base there. There isn't. It's gonna pick up some of these SCVs that are long distance mining. Yeah, Serral's played a phenomenal game. Just a phenomenal series. Very, very tough early games. And there are not many Zergs that are capable of coming back in the game the way he did. Cure did give him, you know, plenty of opportunities. But Serral took every single one of them.
And if Cure just macroed properly at the start, we would already have been like 10 minutes into game 3 by now. So it's has to sting a little bit for Cure.
Yeah.
Because that was actually the worst macro of a top player I have seen.
Since the last Harstem series.
I said top player, I don't count
us. Got him twice. Very nice. GG gets called. Serral wins over here. That is beautiful. Alright, I'll message him on Discord. What's the chance? Want to do a fast winners interview.
I need a little bit of food, so I'll take a small break as well, by the way.
With Lambo and myself.
You can send that. I'll be AFK in the chat.
But Lambo will be eating.
I'll be right back.
Alright, enjoy your food, buddy. Alright. Thank you, D. Tunnerman, for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. We're waiting for Serral to respond. Not gonna hold it against these guys if they don't want to do a cheeky interview. He just won the game. Dog needs to be walked as well. Phenomenal performance, though. And that also means that he qualifies for the next round. He's now officially in the round of 8. I can actually quickly throw it over to that as well. Let's see. Here. So these are the current standings. They're not updated yet, I don't think. Oh, no, it is. Look at that. So green means you're into the next round. We have Maru and Hero there. And now we have Serral and Dark as well into the next round already. They're not seeded yet because it depends who survives or who goes into the next round from the 2-1 players as well. So we have MaxPax versus Reynor both at 2-1 that will still be fighting. We have Solar. I think Solar plays Shin and Classic plays Oliveira, which are going to be some pretty nice games here. I'm gonna make sure that I don't miss anything. So yeah, let's see, what's the schedule for the rest of the day? When is it? 14:25. Is the next match actually going to be MaxPax Reynor? I think it is. Okay, next match MaxPax Reynor. So that is once again going to be an advancing match, and then Oliveira versus Classic and Shin versus Solar are going to be elimination matches. So the player that loses is out. The player that wins will be put on 2-2 and will go to the Clem Beyond Cure tier, which is where we currently are. Come on, Zerg, slaughter everything. Come on, Zerg, slaughter everything. Okay, yeah, that's better. Let's see if Serral probably went away instantly, or he doesn't want to talk with me. Either way, we respect the decision. Serral is a bit of a hiker, if I recall correctly. Likes going on long walks. It's in the Finnish landscape. Running around doing stuff. I think he has 1 or 2 dogs. But I actually know what type of dogs he likes walking with them. All right. So that's the bracket. So for today, we still have 3 matches left. Reynor, MaxPax, Oliveira, Classic, and Shin versus Solar. Yeah, it's going to be it. Harstem, why is your Twitch stream quality better than YouTube? Wait, what? It shouldn't be better than YouTube. My YouTube connection, my YouTube quality should be significantly better than Twitch because I'm allowed to have a higher bitrate on YouTube and I'm using a higher bitrate on YouTube. So I don't know why that is the case. That might have something to do with my connection to YouTube at the moment or something with your connection to YouTube at the moment. I don't know why that is the case at all. If that is the case. It does look a little bit funky, not gonna lie. I don't know why. Because I'm using the exact same settings, but my Twitch looks better. Does it? Maybe my connection to YouTube is just bad today for some reason. Looks perfect? Okay. Yeah, YouTube can be a bit tricky. So for me, when I watch my own stream on YouTube, it also looks quite bad compared to the Twitch one. So maybe, I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
Hello. Did we get Yona?
No. He's doing something else. What, we don't know, but he's not responding. Jona's not much of an ignorer. He's capable of saying no in the moment.
100%.
Yeah.
Actually, he's bad at saying no.
He says
whenever I
yes
ask
very
him for
often.
something, whenever I ask him for something, I kind of feel like he feels obligated to.
Yeah, but he doesn't ignore. Sometimes people don't want to do something, and rather than saying no, they ignore. Serral doesn't ignore.
Yeah.
He says yes or no, which is a very good characteristic to have.
Yeah.
I sometimes also, when I'm not sure, I don't want to do something, I delay my response to things, which is very annoying for other people. But sometimes I'm just not sure. But I could also just say, I'm still thinking about it. But sometimes I'm still thinking about it in that moment and I forget to ever respond, which is also not very nice. Let's see what we have. Nice hoodie, Harstem. Tell us about where you got it. I got it at Into the AM, actually. Luke, that's a great question. And now I hear you say Into the AM. That's a bit expensive. I wish I had a 10% discount code. In that case, you're in luck. Code Harstem provides you with 10% discount on your order. I think it still does. Probably, yeah. Tight hoodies. I also have a shirt underneath. If only there were a code. Yeah, if only. Yeah, that's a steal. 10%. Wow, that's crazy. Actually, I have a full Into the AM outfit today. I'm wearing the green pants. I have a shirt with a whiskey glass and a skull on it. Did anyone actually mention the hoodie? Yeah, it was in my Twitch chat. But you think I just make up conversations in my head? No, I pay people to ask me these questions in Twitch chat, so it seems legit. Then we split the profits. You should clean your mic, use a piece of tape. Okay, I'll do that another time, not now. Any big input you still have, Lambo? Something you want to share with the group? I think he's eating, actually.
I'm eating yogurt right now, yeah.
Oh, the game is live. What the hell?
I was surprised you're not casting.
Oh, I didn't know the game was live. 2:56. We're at the same time?
Yeah, it was 15 hatch against no scout gas first.
15 hatch against no scout gas first. That's the best case scenario for Protoss.
Yeah, but the expected scenario because Reynor is playing 15 hatch every single game.
Yeah.
So you must be fine with this, right?
Yeah. So for the people that don't know, 15 hatch is the worst opening for Zerg economically, right? That's fair to say, but it is very good against the quick scout coming out of Protoss. And so if Protoss opens with a quick scout and Zerg plays the 15 hatch, then it's fine for the Zerg. The best economical opening for Protoss is gas first no scout, which is what happened here. So it's the best opener for TOS against the particular opener that Reynor is doing over here. And that simply means that it doesn't mean that MaxPax has won, it just means that he has a minor advantage. Since two oracles are now going to fly in, MaxPax is always extremely reliant on oracle damage in the first 6 minutes. His follow-ups are sometimes good, but very often also extremely momentum-based. So this has not been a great start for him, as he's wasted a lot of energy. He's gonna get a queen kill, but also took a lot of damage on these oracles. If I were MaxPax, I wouldn't be super happy with it. He's gonna add a Twilight, 2 more gates. Oh, at least he's not playing any Forge build, though. Oh, never mind. There comes the Forge as well.
I'm back.
I freaking hate seeing these types of builds. The Forge Twilight builds, they just seem extremely inefficient.
Forge Twilight? What do you mean?
Like this type of build, like the Forge Twilight Blink builds. They feel like
they're
they're
at the same time or what?
510, 510, 511, 512.
No, if the Forge and the Twilight are at the same time, or what do you mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. If they're at the same time, it just doesn't feel correct when you're playing Blink Stalkers. That is.
So you want them to start Blink first and then the Forge, or?
Well, it depends a bit what your goal is, but it feels like with Blink Stalkers, you usually want to do something, or
He's very passive with the Stalkers. He plays for later mid-game ground style, basically. He usually goes always 4th base, Robo, 2nd Forge. So he doesn't even have that many Stalkers to begin with.
He stopped the 2nd Forge though these days, and he just goes Robo into fast Colossus, is what I saw.
Interesting.
Yeah. He's gonna get that 4th Nexus. This is still on 4 gases. He's doing this on 4 gates as well. He used to be a huge believer in the 6th gate. Huge believer in the 6th gate. But that's not the case. You know, if he takes 2 extra gases right now and throws down a Templar Archives, he plays exactly how I played 2 years ago.
When you used to wall everywhere?
Yeah.
Ah, that was so strong.
Yeah, it was probably my favorite style to play.
Yeah, I hated playing against it.
Okay, it's gonna get. Oh, it's actually still gonna get a 2nd Forge. 2nd Forge, Robo Bay, Assimilator. What are the plans here for Reynor? Reynor's going into Baneling, Fast Hive. Eventually, like I guess Viper, maybe Ultra. Is that possible?
Yeah, it's very possible. I think Ultra is pretty decent against MaxPax. Because he makes Colossus Stalker, which is not the greatest composition against it. He does have 2 Robos to swap over 2 Immortals, but by then you can already have a lot of Ultras. I think Ultra is pretty good against him. Yeah. I mean, MaxPax just, his Blink Stalker attacks are super late, so you can go very, very high Drone against him, and they're not with a lot of Stalkers. So he never wins the game at this point in the game. It will always be much later, and this was very bad for him as well. Losing so many workers, a lot of mining time as well. He didn't even start his upgrades yet. And now he's also playing Colossus, which is bad in itself, so it's against what Reynor's doing.
Yeah, this is a win-win-win for Reynor. Also, all of the map presence has been pretty much, removed here from the side of MaxPax. He's gonna need to get out on the map once more. He has pylons set up to start a massive wall over on the 3rd base, but that project is still, maybe waiting for some permission or something from a local government.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. 4 gateways do go down.
At this position, it's just overall super bad for MaxPax. It is not like you can... I mean, honestly, if he doesn't go Ultras, he could max out with his first 2 Vipers, massive Banelings, and a move. Like, split up his army, come from 2 sides. Maybe even if he comes from 1 side, as long as he triggers his stasis for it. I think it's going to be very difficult for MaxPax to survive this.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's going Templar Archives with this too soon, so the Abduct should be pretty safe.
He definitely should, though. He has so much gas right now in the bank.
Yeah.
Like a Templar Archives would be such a free thing to build here. Such a good thing to build. One of the things that I do really appreciate of MaxPax is that he tends to be quite careful with his oracles, making sure they stay alive, and they add so much value in these later on pushes. This Prism in the main came kind of unexpected here for Reynor. He's not in position. The Zealots, they waited a little bit too long perhaps. We can still have a lift off. Lynx don't have Adrenal Glands, as these Zealots will still get blasted though. Do get a pickup. As I think a Templar Archives, yeah, there we go. Hell, it's about time. As he goes up to 8 gas as well. He already was floating 1k gas just on 6 gases. That's pretty wild. It's gonna lose this Prism, not moving it back. MaxPax so far playing a pretty sloppy game. Has denied a lot of creep though, which is good. I'd love to see a Zealot run by being sent towards the right side watchtower. I think that would be helpful. And I also think that moving on the map with just the Stalkers here would be powerful. Trying to continue clearing the creep. Yeah, Colossus a little bit further in the back. Oracles with his army. Colossus need to be in the back though, because otherwise the Vipers could be too strong. And this is entirely how I imagine this type of fight should be going. Very well executed here by MaxPax. Zealot run by on the far right side. Continues his upgrades, but needs to transition into something. Into, well, Storm. I think a second robotics facility and Immortal production would be a wise call as well over here. I'd love to see the +3 start at some point. And I think continuing Colossus productions is one of the worst things he could be doing right now.
I'm surprised that Reynor didn't push the issue a little more. With the
You
way
think he
this game
could
has
have?
been going. I think before the Icons Fortin, 100%. It's just difficult to trigger the stasis force. But if he manages to do that well, I think he could aim with him 100%. It's 2 Stalkers, it's 2 Colossus and just Stalkers. And MaxPax use up all the Oracle energy as well. You don't get the free constant Oracle damage the entire time.
Yeah. Ooh. I don't think Reynor can do this now, right? He wants to. Banelings need to connect with the Zealots. Decent enough splits there on the Zealots. Means that Banelings are not just going to connect with everything for free. 5th base is going to go up as well. This position, it always feels so hard for the Zerg with this forward base. Like, once this forward base is properly set up and the wall is down on that, on what was the 3rd line base, it seems so difficult for Zerg to make anything proper happen. And the pushing path out of TOS is also very small.
Yes. I initially thought this would be a great map for Zerg, and then once the first time TOS started expanding like this and then made a wall, I instantly thought, okay, this map actually might be sleeper broken for TOS. Like, I instantly, the first time I played against it, I was like, okay, I thought about it, okay, what can I do here? And I just came to the conclusion that I don't like the map anymore.
Yeah.
It's very fast.
You have a very quick transition into triple Stargate here out of MaxPax. I wouldn't have minded seeing a couple more Immortals first. I don't even know what our Immortal count is currently. I just know that it's not enough. I want more than what he currently has. I think he might have 1 or 2.
There's, yeah.
This should be a good fight for him, though. Just turn around and fight it, no? Colossus are so bad in this situation. I hate them.
I was very surprised he made the extra one.
The 4th one? Yeah.
Yeah, because that one was a decision, right? At this point, he still could have made the Immortals. He already knew what the spawn was up to. It was so late that he added the 4th one. Pretty wild.
Yeah, it's going to continue. His upgrades are quite nice, but so are Reynor's, of course. Reynor was on double even for quite a while. We have a Prism on the map. It's kind of a calm game over here. MaxPax with a pre-split. Yeah, the Colossus have such a narrow window in which they are useful. And it felt like by the time that the second Colossus was on the way, that window had almost ended already, as the Hive was just so freaking fast for Reynor and his early game was good enough. It never really felt like these Colossus were going to contribute very much. And that's, I think, one of the beautiful things of Storm, is that it is an investment where there's no timing on it whatsoever, right? That investment is always going to freaking pay off in the end. Because Storm is just good against every composition. Like, you never want to have... Like, if you get to pick between 0 and 4 Templar, you always want 4 Templar with Storm. That's just a fact. Like, there's not a composition where you don't want... Maybe against Mass Ultra. Like, maybe you want to have 1 more Immortal or 2 more Immortals instead. But even then, you're probably good to just have a Storm or so. And then again, Mass Ultra is not a composition, so it's useless to talk about it. But yeah, triple carrier's already on the way here. Feels early to switch into air at this point. MaxPax just playing extremely passive and wanting to really get into a super late game with carriers and Corruptor Viper. I feel like in these stable carrier games, though, Reynor tends to be quite good.
Yeah, and MaxPax is not, I think. So I'm very surprised by this as well. Especially considering there is absolutely no need to go into it. Like, there's just no need. Even if they were Broodlords, there would be no need. It's not like there's lurkers or anything. So yeah, I don't love the carriers, to be entirely honest. They are not even that well upgraded yet. They have +1 so far, and that's it.
Yeah.
In terms of attack upgrades, so...
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded him starting upgrades already.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's always good.
I think that's good, but just not a huge fan of how this is all going. These roaches are being given away. It's not going to be the end of the world, as it's not like MaxPax had quite a bit going on for him, and now he's just sitting. He's not doing anything. I mean, it's not bad. It's just not what I had expected at all out of him. This feels a little bit like how Neep would play. Lots of cannons, really freaking slow.
Tempest, though, you would make Tempest.
Yeah, that's true. Didn't Neeb always used to start with some carriers though, like 6 carriers and then get Tempest?
It's possible. I don't block this. I block all of these games out of my memory. I lost all of them. I literally never beat Neeb in late game. after the infested Terran got patched out of the game.
Yeah. Neeb was
Did not
very
beat
good.
Neeb, yeah. I mean, theoretically, this is completely fine for MaxPax, especially considering Reynor has a very low worker count. Once again, this is a map where it is hard to take one of the opposing bases, which I think is more likely to happen for Protoss than for Zerg, usually in late game anyway. So I think it's not... Like, I think if both of them just might not have their map, I think Reynor's late game control should be good enough so he can win the game.
Yeah, I think so.
Is
too.
my concern here for MaxPax. It's not like his position is bad. It's just, yeah, I don't
Yeah, the
like
path that
way
we're
he's
going down in the past has always been good for Reynor in this case, I think, if you compare their skills in the late game. Reynor's going to make an attempt here to take the bottom left side hatchery. Has some control of the map with these ultras, so it might be difficult for MaxPax to launch a big enough attack to deal with it. The wall definitely is helping out. Oh, we're actually going to get a mothership attack. Oh, and the Zealot must have killed that drone there. He's just going to recall his army to the other side of the map, or what's the play here?
Yeah, I mean, I think trying to take that base is just if this goes wrong, it's just 300 minerals at worst if you don't even cancel it. And if the Protoss just doesn't realize that you mine resources there, it's actually very valuable for the Protoss. So yeah, he's scouting ahead with the Zealot in order to make space for the mothership. Since he's doing that, I would expect his main army to attack the right side first. So I'm slightly surprised it's in the center of the map.
Yeah, here come a couple of Vipers. Attack was pretty late. It's gonna go for the Colossus, doing MaxPax a favor. That unit is practically useless at this point. Mothership is gonna run in towards the main base here, I think. Is that the play?
I mean, you need to recon already, no? The corruptors are on the way there. What the? This... He ran through an entire base before recalling.
This was a bait?
What bait? Baiting 8 corruptors away from
Right. That's a carrier that doesn't die there. Yeah, he's gonna get a hatchery here with the Zealot stuff, right? I have no clue what that was.
He should have recalled the left side base, no? He could have gotten the base for free.
Yeah, he could have. Definitely. But
And
I
then
think
you
his
can
army
always
was
recall out.
in a pretty awkward position all around. I guess his plan was to kill a base on the right side with his Zealots and then push the middle and then recall towards the left. But this... Yeah, the rotation didn't quite work out as he had imagined. These Ultras are in an awkward position now, though. A couple of Biles are going to rain down. If he loses all these Ultras, that would actually kind of suck. There's no Blink Stalkers, though, to really chase them. And not even enough Immortals. Here come the Brutes. Templars moving in forward, which is surprising. Target fire on the Brute Lords is good out of the carriers. Not sure if there's enough meat to this army to really keep everything alive on the ground. Corruptor count is decent. I think we're going to need to see a recall here, surely.
What even is this Protoss army? It's like... There's 3 Colossus and 3 carriers.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of it. Not a huge fan of it at all. 5 new carriers are on the way as well as a mothership. This
is frustrating. I think there's like now we're exactly where we were 5 minutes ago, but at this point now the Zerg bank is way higher than the Protoss bank.
Yeah.
And the Protoss has made no advancements.
Yeah, no extra base, no... Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely an issue. Here once again comes Reynor. He's gonna try to pick something up as Banelings move in. Clear a Templar and 25 workers. Yeah, these Colossus have achieved absolutely nothing this entire game, and right now they're actively ruining MaxPax's chances of winning it. Because these Colossus have no purpose. They are not good against anything. So you probably just want to kill them or run them across the map to clear 2 tumors. It's going to be a better trade than they're going to get in any fight.
You know what I like? I think this is just not how you play late game as Protoss. And now I can actually point towards games where this is the way you're supposed to do it. And then the game I point towards is a Zerg playing off race. I'm very thankful for this game to have happened.
Yeah.
It makes me very happy. Because the Protoss would always say, but we've never seen it. Against Serral, because Reynor didn't play against Serral before. But yeah, I think this is just a little bit... he's basically playing the old school death ball late game with mass carrier, where you hope you destroy a fight.
Yeah. Could
But
still
usually
do it.
it's not supposed. Yeah, absolutely. It can still happen. It's just not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
So.
He's moving on to creep right now. He has a large army. If he gets the Viper feedbacks, okay, he got one. There's one Viper still with energy remaining. Ultras are gonna die pre-fight. This is not a great start here for Reynor. He's gonna lose all of his spores on the left side as well. Reynor has a huge bank, but he has a smaller army. The mothership once again is making its way in towards the main base. It's on a warpath. Oh no.
He should kill the left side base on the way there.
Yeah, I think so too. But the mothership is now trying to get back to the main army. I'm not entirely sure if MaxPax knows what his plan is either. The Broodlord count is very low, by the way.
Yeah.
Almost feels like the Archons might just be super useful here. And so will the Templar. Look how little Broodlords there are. There's not enough.
Well, the Templars all died. Yeah, there's not enough Broodlords. There's still... You have to remember, 60 Corruptors is what he can make on a Remax. So MaxPax needs to win a fight decisively here, and it's starting very well. He's splitting off the one carrier that got Parasitic bombed. At this point, there's Cloak. There's an Overseer above.
Archon's mispositioned, though.
The Archons are... Yeah.
This is the worst fight possible. No, this was really bad. Should have tried to move back a bit. Carrier should have been target firing on the Brutes initially. Because the way you want to fight this is the moment the Broodlords disappear, there is nothing that can clear the Archons anymore. And Archons destroy Corruptors in this type of setup. So the focus fire of the Carrier should be on the Brutes, despite the main threat being the Corruptors. But once the Brutes are cleared up, the Archons just win the game there. This was a poor fight. This was not the way you're supposed to be playing the late game against Zerg in general, I think. The mid-game composition that MaxPax went for achieved absolutely nothing. He survived, and then he died when he survived to where he wanted to be. And for us, this is kind of, is like... I feel like both of us have a similar idea of what the late game is supposed to look like. But if you believe something else is the case, which is what MaxPax apparently believes, and then you get dismantled like this, your game plan in a series can really fall apart hard. Like, this is extremely frustrating. If you've been laddering, you've been practicing, and this was working, and then everything goes kind of according to plan, and you get the army you want, and the last fight, you just get absolutely destroyed, like, you need to start thinking on the spot now on what to do, because this doesn't work, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can say, the early game wasn't great, the mid game wasn't great, but are you really going to depend on 15 drones going down every single game? Like, if that is the game plan, the game plan in general, I don't think is very good.
Yeah, I didn't even know this is... He doesn't usually play like this, does he? Just sitting there getting carriers. Maybe
No, I thought
it was
because more aggressive usually.
Yeah, maybe it was because it was so bad, because the game went so bad, that he tried this. I hope so, at least. Because I don't want to see this again.
I kind of, like, he managed to deny a lot of creep. I was kind of surprised by that, because his early game was so bad, but his movement, like, you can see that his movement with Stalker Colossus and the way he wants to set up engagements there is actually really good. Like, he completely understands how these armies work and how he wants to move on the map, the way he clears creep and then pulls back stuff. Like, I feel like he just doesn't feel super comfortable with getting the Templar early as a unit. And then I think he switches too quickly there into the Stargate composition.
Yeah, it was not great. He's going gas first again, so it will be this time around a worse early game as well for MaxPax, because Reynor obviously saw the last game. He's going to be like, okay, if you go gas first, you're probably going to try it again. I just beat you with 15 edge. So I just go 16 edge this time, and this time around... I mean, it's not like this is bad for Protoss. The counter would be to have gone pool first, 12 pool, 13 pool, 14 pool, something like that. But this is still even better than last game already. It's fine. I don't think we'll see a game like last again.
It's also a bit the map now. Like, the Heartland as a map, it feels difficult sometimes maybe to kind of play with a pure ground toss, because the rush distance is so short, and you might be afraid of, like, Broodlords moving over and just killing you if you're not super comfortable with the style. So it's possible that that's the case. Like, if you think of Oceanborn, I mean, this map plays out super different. And even the style he was playing last game, but I think because his goal probably was to try and go for a couple of mothership recalls, I think that style is much better on a map like this, honestly.
Yeah, I think this is just in a Protoss mindset. I don't think this ever can happen. That you play ground late game and the Brutal player just runs over and kills you because you just lose the base.
If you're not experienced,
it works.
It doesn't
It
work.
works. The short map works against the Zerg there as well. Let's say he attacks the forward base of Protoss. Your Protoss army is positioned at the right side, at least half of your army. You can just counterattack around the Broodlords. And the short rush distance can work in your favor there. You always kill bases faster than the Broodlord play. Like, attacking against ground with Broodlords is just not a thing. Like, it just actually doesn't exist. You can completely forget about it.
I'm with you. I'm just saying that if you're not experienced with it, it might feel scary.
Maybe.
But I also feel like that MaxPax just likes carriers.
Which is wild, because I know he used to play 4 Void Rays into carriers or 6 Void Rays into carriers like every game. But he used to all in with the carriers every time. It was not late game. He was not good at late game back then.
Yeah.
It was, in fact, the games he lost were the late games, always. So I'm surprised he's trying to play late game now.
Yeah.
But I guess it looked very similar still. He tries to get his optimal army and then try to aim for that. Like a very simple game plan.
Void Ray first this time. So we do have a slightly different opener. Fast second gate.
Interesting. How do you like the Void Ray first?
I'm never quite sure. It feels okay. It feels nice to have, but also it feels like you lose a lot of pressure. It actually always feels like my oracles are so much worse.
Yeah.
Because you hit so freaking late with a 2 oracle squad and you hit so late with a 1 oracle. Oh, wait, what is he doing? Oh, double
Phoenix.
Triple Stargate. That's not a build.
That's his build. Then you beat Serral with 3 Stargate Phoenix ones.
I did beat Serral with 3 Stargate Phoenix. That doesn't make it a build.
Okay. Just wanted to mention it.
Yeah, guys, I did beat Serral with it. That's true. That was before TSL as well. Like 2 days before TSL, and then he was there. Everyone kept talking to him about it. He was getting real annoyed by it.
It was actually the first thing that everybody talked to him about. It's pretty funny.
My favorite was when Hero Marine went up to him and said it. Hey, you lost the Harstem's Mass Phoenix. That made it so much better because he seemed so genuinely happy about it as well.
And I don't think Heroman usually just goes up to Serral and talks
No,
to him.
he doesn't.
In general, like...
Yeah.
It's...
So funny. Alright, it's gonna be a lot of Phoenixes here. That's a very quick 5th gas, by the way, that he got. Was that spotted by Reynor?
I don't think so. But this is a worst case for Reynor. He's going no early lair, no early +1 melee.
Yeah.
He's going +1 missile fast. So he can't really punish it in any of the common punishing ways. So he already kind of has to play late game Reynor. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything you can do at this point in order to punish it.
Yeah, if you scout this gas, you pretty much know what's kicking off, right?
Yep.
Alright, here we go. Phoenix are gonna get spotted instantly. Now, the thing with the 3 Stargate is that you can be a little bit surprised sometimes by the, you know, the follow-up of the Phoenix reinforcements, although MaxPax right now is not building any extra Phoenixes because he doesn't have the money.
Which is why it's not a build.
This is why it's not a build. Because you actually also want to get +1 attack, which is also 100 gas. So the reason why just getting 2 Stargates is better is because you want to have constant Phoenix production on 2 Stargates, then you save money and thus can build more Phoenixes because you have more gas. You can use your Chrono Boost on Phoenixes the entire time. Now he had to cut Phoenixes because he had too much production. He's got to lift all of these Queens, which seems like the wild play. Spore is shooting the entire way through. That's -1. It's going to be -2 if Reynor gets the target. He doesn't. 3 drones have gone down as well. 7 roaches on the way. Nidus Network This is exactly what MaxPax wants. Reynor is expecting his opponent to stop building Phoenixes. MaxPax is not going to stop producing Phoenixes. Oh, he's actually going double RoboForge Twilight. He might. The best case scenario, I think, for MaxPax would be to just build Phoenixes forever and get 2 cannons at your base.
Yeah, but the moment spores get built on your side of the map, you're dead if you play like that.
And if you see roaches here, though, right?
I mean, he's not Nidus.
So Nidus, yeah. Immortals, Void Rays. Are Void Rays the... I honestly wouldn't mind him cancelling the Twilight here either. I think that would be a good call. Cancelling the Twilight. He needs batteries. He needs cannons.
What is this? He should have just Nidus on the edge of creep. Like, the Nidus is important not because you only need to get the queens across, but in order to get the queens back. This is not how you execute this. He should have just walked the queens to the point where he already had the creep, and then use the Nidus as if the Phoenix counterattack.
Is this just... This looks really bad for Reynor, no?
Yeah.
I mean, once +1 finishes as well, these Phoenixes are going to be banging. And then there's Void Rays out. There's going to be 3 more out. There's more Void Ray production and Queen production right now.
It's Ravagers as well. Ravagers are good against Void Rays. Because they need to keep running consistently.
I almost would have preferred just Mass Phoenix here, rather than the Void Rays.
He has no creep here, which is really annoying for Zerg. Because the queens are all basically without transfuse.
Yeah, so he needs to wait, right? He's got a lift Ravagers here.
Yeah, it's out of range of transfuse range, yeah.
That's beautiful. It's
super annoying, this. He gets one of the cannons.
Yeah. Phoenix is not really in position right now. Control so far out of MaxPax has been good. I wouldn't mind seeing a couple more batteries here, though, just being added in. I know it's a stressful situation, but that doesn't mean we can just stop building stuff. Yeah, gets a couple more cannons and batteries towards the back. One more cannon towards the front as well. It's definitely going to help out. Immortal snipe one dude. Void Rays coming in for a flank, trying to take out a Spore. Doesn't quite succeed. Another Ravager goes down. MaxPax with a solid defense so far. Is he starting charge? +1. More Immortals coming out. Here comes Reynor. He is maxed out. Void Ray count is very high. Here go the Ravagers. Try to throw some biles on these Phoenixes. As the super battery in the back is very active. Phoenix is not really fighting though. They were out of range of the queens, but also out of range of dealing damage. Immortal count still very high. A lot of the supply for Reynor is in reinforcements. Biles connecting with these Immortals. And as the lifts are coming through, this is looking pretty okay-ish for Max still. He has a bunch of cannons around. Queen's out of energy. Ravager count rapidly dropping as well. This is a pretty close fight. The Void Rays have disappeared, and this is what you were mentioning as well, is that Biles are really good against Void Rays, not as great against Phoenixes. Immortal count is low. There's one new one that's coming in. Phoenixes are empty. I think Phoenix production continuously would have been much better. And even at this point, adding in more Phoenixes would be huge. Because you have those triple Stargates. That is good production to have. The Immortal count is very low. And he's just lacking lifts right now. But there's also just no queens.
Yeah, there's 5 queens at the front, which it doesn't really matter, the lack of queens, because there's not that much consistent anti-air damage anymore. The Void Rays are all gone. It's not the issue. I think Reynor should reinforce with Zerglings, by the way, and just more Mass Ravagers at the front. But his... Yeah. I mean, just resetting the Immortal count once, I think, was good enough. As he's pushing forward now, there's only 3 Immortals left. 2 of the cannons are still here as well in the back. One of the Immortals goes down. The Phoenix all out of energy. The second overcharge, I think, is on cooldown now. But which battery of those can you even overcharge? It's the 3 that are exposed. The one the furthest back is already yellow HP, and I think MaxPax is just dying.
I think so too. That felt really wild though. The Void Rage just not really helping out at all in that fight against the Queen Ravager. The Immortal count was good and there was a lot of static, but not quite enough. I'm surprised how well this worked. I didn't think it was gonna work out like that at all.
I played a lot of games like this, and they very frequently finish like this as well. But then I played against Classic, a game at Atlanta. The last game of my tournament, unfortunately, and he actually held it quite nicely. He was way more patient, always kiting back, not committing to the fight until the Zerg is in a choke. Like, he would just kite back towards his natural, basically. And do it that way. But yeah, making Void Rays, I think, is just not good against Queen Ravager.
I think so. And I think if you have +1 and you have so many Phoenixes, if you just eventually get like 20 Phoenixes, like, Phoenixes just don't freaking die.
Yeah. They're very high HP and they kill. You cannot out-transfuse the Ravager that's
it's
lifted by 18
instant.
Phoenixes.
Yeah. Especially, and then also you could say, well, spores are very good, but he also had double Robo Immortal pumping. So if you get like
Yeah, you
6
can't-
Immortals, like good luck moving the spores in a position where you can defend Ravagers. They're also blocking your own movement a lot. I feel like it might even be worse to have like unless you have like 12 spores. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like such a huge deal if you're pumping 3 Stargate Phoenix. Should we get an interview with Baby Marine's brother?
Yes.
I'll message him. Serral said, sorry, I left my PC immediately. I said, no problem. Yeah, I figured. GG's, well played. Congrats. I'll message Reynor. You gonna stick around for Oliveira Classic Shin Solar?
No, I'm gonna eat lunch now.
Oh, okay. Enjoy your
I
lunch,
just had
buddy.
a snack.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, but then I get to do... Oh, I have to do this interview by myself. Hello.
Hello.
Camera, please.
Sure. Calm down.
I saw you gave a thumbs up to the camera as well.
Do you like the thumbs up?
I like thumbs up. Wait, I need to set it up again. Reynor, no. Okay, I got you set up. I got you on the screen.
Nice.
Okay. Talk to us. Wait, you're gone again. You're back.
I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, I figured it out. All right, Reynor.
I know what you mean.
Talk to us. Did this series go exactly how you expected it to go?
Pretty much. I didn't think he was gonna camp game 1 because he's usually way more active. But I think I scared the shit out of him with the Bane run by.
Yeah.
So he just sat back after that. But that was kind of my plan. Like I knew I was probably not gonna find too much damage, but just putting Fear of God in him with the Bane run by was kind of the plan.
I like it. And then from there on out, once you saw the carriers, you knew you won the game?
I think my late game is pretty good now. I've been grinding the late game quite a bit. Especially if I start with ultras, I'm very confident. If I start with broodlords, it's a little bit different. But
That last fight, though, could have been tricky. I think because you had such a low brood count, he had 6 Archons. If he moves back a bit, he targets down your broods.
yeah, I think if he targets the broods, it could have been scary. But I was making some ultras. I knew he was broke as a joke.
Yeah.
I think I could have just kited as well, wait for the ultras and then surround him.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, that was clean. Second game, that felt improvised.
Yeah, it was very improvised.
Yeah,
I don't know.
also
I
didn't
knew it
look so
was gonna
strong.
be.
I thought he should have won.
Yeah. I think I think you need the disruptors against that. Like he could have easily got disruptors, I think.
He also, I think, could have just continued Phoenix instead of Void Ray. He had plus
that's
one,
also
triple Stargate.
possible.
He went triple Stargate.
Yeah, I know he had triple Stargate. I saw this triple.
He had
Actually, I was very worried
He had so
when
many
I saw
mortals.
triple Stargate because I didn't know exactly what to do, but I was like, fuck it. Because Nidus is very bad against triple Stargate, actually.
Yeah, imagine you push in because he had like 12, 13 Phoenix with plus 1 and 4 Void Rays. Imagine those 4 Void Rays are just 6 or 7 more Phoenix. You have like 12 Queens and he has 18 Phoenix. You need to wait
I
for
think,
spores.
yeah, in that
and
case-
he one-shots. He had plus 1. He one-shots everything.
Yeah, I would have waited for spores in that case, but I saw the Void Rays and I was like, okay, I can
Yeah.
just push. I think Void Rays are really bad in that scenario.
Are you sick or you just been staying up too late again? Going to clubs?
I know. I was just staying up.
Staying up too late?
Yeah, but not in the club.
clubs,
Just
by
in my
yourself.
room. Yeah,
Watching YouTube shorts the entire night.
yeah. I deleted Instagram and Twitter because I was just spending too much time on it, and now
Yeah.
I'm just watching YouTube shorts
Yeah,
instead.
yeah. This is how it works.
It's a
You just
classic.
find a different thing.
But
The
I
reels
can't
are
delete YouTube,
powerful.
can I?
Twitter is very powerful. That needs to go instantly. Yeah. And then the shorts, they're hard as well. You know you can ban just the shorts individually as well. You can take them out.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've
that
done
would be helpful. Because
Yeah.
I go on YouTube, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna watch a long video.
Yeah,
But
but
then I see an interesting short, I'm like, fuck it. You know?
yeah.
just
And then
click
you're
it.
watching 12 interesting shorts. And then at some point you get the advertisement. You know the game where you have to shoot guns to get a bigger gun or something like that? Total
Oh,
War.
yeah.
Yeah. I always get this ad. But nowadays their ad is different. So they'll say something like Today I'm gonna be playing a fake game. Wow, this is not a fake game at all. Which is such a weird advertisement for a game, though. The
ads
fact
are
that
so
people think
bad,
your
man.
game is fake is just weird.
You know what I got on the other day? I got like this ad where the first image was a big ass. Okay, just an ass, like a cartoony big ass.
Okay.
I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then it zooms out, and the big ass belongs to a guy. And then there's like a monster spanking him. I was like, what the fuck is this? And it was YouTube.
You sure
as
this
well,
was on
you know?
YouTube?
Yeah, I swear to God, it was YouTube.
Yeah.
But he was like, yeah, I don't know. It was very weird. I
Uh-huh.
hated every second of it.
But you watched it the entire way through? Oh,
No,
not another second.
I went I went a little bit above the skip ad because I was like, where is this taking me? You know, what's the storyline behind this? There was no storyline.
Oh, no.
It's just awful.
Yeah. Who could have thought it? That's crazy, though. You know that they cater these ads towards specific people as well. I've never had this one, for example. I only get Total War. That's it. I get Total War again and again and again.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like it.
Big performance, though. Let me think. You're through to the next round.
Yeah.
Yesterday you said you don't want to fight Clem, but you've seen Dark destroy him today.
To be honest, I think I'm starting to get the grip of Clem, like how to play around him a little bit. And since I'm getting faster, because I'm practicing more, I think I'm gonna play him tonight in the BBB anyways. We'll see. Yesterday I lost 3-2 to him, but I threw game 5 very hard. And
Where did
also I
you
was
play
playing EPT.
Ah.
Yeah,
What?
they
Oh, it was
Yeah,
on
they replaced-
Thursday. Ah.
yeah, man. Yeah, the Monday Cup was delayed to Thursday.
Forgot
So
about
yeah, I lost 3-2 to him, but I threw very hard game 5, and also I was playing very bad game 1 and 2, and then I put on the turbo game 3.
that. Yeah.
Maybe this time I'll put on the turbo since game 1.
Gotcha. All right. Anything else you want to do? Shout outs? Basilisk.
Shout out to Basilisk. Shout out to Piotr as always, and Red Bull,
Very nice.
and my fans as well.
the fans.
Most of all, my fans.
That's good. Solid. All right. Are you gonna stick with this color of hair, or are you gonna change it up at some point?
But it's starting to get my hair is growing, so it's like a mix between my normal hair and this one, which is kind of ugly. But I think I have to stick to it until Katowice.
Okay. You're gonna get it re-dyed before Kato or no?
I think that would completely destroy my hair, but I have to figure out something.
Yeah. It's difficult.
It's gonna look very ugly. Yeah.
I like it now though. It's all good. The boys in chat also like that. They told me earlier.
That's very nice.
Yeah. All right. That's it. I think we're good. I think
Alright.
next game. I'm sorry. These guys are too fast with their series, so I'm gonna. Go
Yeah,
watch
right.
that.
They always fucking zoom into the series. The admin called me yesterday because I wasn't vetoing. They called me. He called me on Discord. I was like, "What's going on? You have to veto. The series barely started, man. Calm down."
Yeah, these guys. They know. They know how to run an efficient house. All right. I actually gotta go
Yeah.
because I bet we already missed game 1 at this point. All right. Thanks for the interview. See you next time.
Thank you.
ciao.
Bye bye.
All right. What a guy, man. Always showing up when you need him. Freaking love StarCraft players. See? Oh my god, we're already in game. We're legit 6 minutes in game. I knew it as well. I knew this was gonna happen. I'm so sorry. We missed 8 workers being killed. Oh no. Okay, thanks. Yeah. 12 probes, 1 Phoenix, 12 Marines. There's like a Cyclone Liberator push or something. That's a classic Oliveira push. And Classic played Phoenix Colossus, which is also a classic game. Yeah, the SE Boy production doesn't freaking miss. It's crazy how good they are. Let's have a look. What do we have over here? Phoenix is flying in right now. Turret is active. So that means these Phoenixes shouldn't be able to get too much damage done. And I got a couple of worker kills here. Thermal Lens, Colossus. I like it. I like the vibes of this game so far. It feels like we're actually going into a real game for once, rather than these fake games that we've had so far. This has the makings of a great series. That would be the most brilliant thing, is if the best series of the day is gonna be between Oliveira and Classic, where if you looked at, today's matches, that's not what you expected. These Phoenix are dealing way too much damage, by the way. 7 kills? That's not okay, buddy. That's absolutely not okay. Can't lose the Phoenixes though. It's gonna almost lose it, but not quite. Stim wasn't done yet, otherwise it could have ended way worse there for Classic. By the way, MaxPax isn't out, yeah? He went 2-2 right now in total in matches. That means he'll need to play, I think upcoming Monday is the final round, round 5, for the group stage, the Swiss format stage of this tournament. Pylon here is going to get taken out. Classic not even close to being supply blocked. This battery positioning is perfect against tank pushes. Thermal Lance needs to be finished though, and it makes life so much easier. Phoenix is continuing to build. I've seen Classic play some phenomenal StarCraft as of late. Some really fun styles as well. So one of the things that he did when I watched him... What Terran did he play the other day? I was watching him fight a Terran. Was that against Bunny perhaps? Oh, hold that thought as we have a little bit of a fight here. Colossus gets interference, throws that interference on a Stalker accidentally. Huge blunder out of Oliveira. Oh no. I'm not saying he could have won, but this Marauder count is high enough that maybe he just straight up could have ran in there. Now what I was gonna say is that the other day we were watching a series between Classic and someone else. Who was it? It was between Cure and Classic. Right. And Classic went for this Blink Stalker into fast carrier stuff. From a Phoenix Colossus opener, it worked like kind of worked like a charm. I can't even recall if he won the game. I just remember thinking, this looks cool, this looks great. I think he actually ended up losing, but just because you end up losing doesn't mean it's bad. This drop is great, by the way, out of Oliveira. Brilliant rotation. Look at this. This is so good. He drops a couple of units, but continues moving towards the main base. Splitting up units against Colossus Phoenix is one of the best things you can do. 12 more workers going down here on top of the initial damage that Oliveira dealt to his opponent with the push that we missed. Forge being taken out as well. Twilight Council gonna drop. As Oliveira's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Main base is going to explode. Can he take off with these medevacs? He's gonna probably try. Maybe just drop some units in the natural to try and keep these medevacs alive at least. More probes here are indeed falling as these pylons are also being taken out. The worker count is low for Classic. The base count is low for Classic. But his army right now is at least somewhat decent. He needs to attack right now. Throwing down a Twilight Council at this point is not just weird, it is just objectively wrong. Because it is simply impossible to play a macro game from here on out. It is not going to be the case. These were good drops, these were good rotations, yes. He cancels the Twilight Council, builds the Prism. This is the only right call. You want to continue Phoenix production in case your opponent builds a lot of Vikings. You kind of want to try and match that. We have a Ghost Academy on the way here as well for Oliveira. You know what is good to do? If you're the Terran in this case, is getting turrets in defensive positions, defensive forward positions. Because turrets, they basically keep Vikings safe at this point. Like, what are you gonna do? Sending Colossus to clear the turrets? You can't because there's Vikings above the turrets. So having one forward turret here does a lot of work in keeping Vikings safe against Phoenixes and just holding this position much, much more easy. You could say, why don't you get a bunker? But a bunker doesn't have, you know, it isn't the same as a turret. Turret's damage output is so freaking high. Well, bunker doesn't actually increase DPS. Okay, look, that's the turret I was talking about. You're just hanging his Vikings over it. And there's nothing you can do as the Phoenix player. Like, you need to attack into it, or you need to lose Colossus clearing that turret. And that turret helps out so freaking much. This push, though, is going pretty well for Classic. Still has 53 supply. The problem here is going to be the anti-air. Colossus need to stay alive while the Stalkers deal with the Vikings. No base has been rebuilt. Look at this. Oliveira built a fourth base during this. Now, I can imagine about 10 ways in which that 400 minerals could have been spent much, much better here for our Terran player. Like, what is it? Like, why would he do this? That makes no sense. He probably is still going to defend because he's in a good spot and there's not enough anti-air here out of Classic, although the target fire is good, taking out a lot of these workers. Had Classic built a Nexus behind this, it might have been fine, but he didn't, so it's not fine whatsoever. He's gonna lose his entire army and he will be forced to tap out right now. Oliveira's gonna be real glad that he built that 4CC. He can turn it into an orbital, start mining a bit more. The thing is that Oliveira probably feels like he's really all in, which he isn't. Because he's kind of all in. He's mining too much gas. He has triple orbital. He can add a fourth orbital as well. Classic not having a third base. I mean, that freaking sucks. He's trying to get a disruptor out. But yeah, I mean, this game should just be very, very over right now. We could have a landing on the Vikings. After this disruptor shot goes away, I think we should have a landing on the Vikings here. As Oliveira is moving in, fighting into a super battery. It's usually not a great call, but now I'm going to allow it as He is just going to straight up win the game over here with this push in. Yeah, very nice. This got way closer than I think it ever should have been, as Classic actually still staying around. 5 workers going down. There's no blink on these stalkers. One more marine goes down. Okay. Classic does have a 3rd base now, by the way. Does he have any upgrades? Do we have an orbital yet on that 4th base? Or do you want to wait and eventually turn it into a planetary? Yeah, okay, no upgrades for Classic. Yeah. Okay, he's still super dead. He can never move out across the map. It's just simply not possible. That's wild, though, how close this game is. Well done by Classic. Okay, Planetary on the 4th, Twilight Council on the way. Yeah. The funny thing is that you could say right now that the CC is coming in handy. But if that CC had just been 3, or 4 more turrets instead, he never would have died. Or he never would have lost as much as he did right now. Like, if he just has 4 more turrets defensively. Now, in Oliveira's defense, he probably didn't know that the main base didn't get rebuilt. He probably believed that there was a Nexus going down there. So, even then, I still think it's a weird call. Because you have upgrades, your opponent doesn't. Because you know you killed the Forge, you know you killed the Twilight. So I think, no matter what way you look at it, it was just a bad call to get that Forge CC. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No pickup there. He's gonna lose a Marauder and a Ghost. Lots of money in the bank for Classic. Probably should take a 4th base. As well as just try to add a Forge at some point. It's going up in gases right now. He's gonna use Disruptor drops to try and get back in the game. He's clearing a Marine in the middle. I think Oliveira should just base trade. Not because he should necessarily be super afraid of this army, but because it's the easiest way to go about things. Here comes a Disruptor drop on top. Whoa! 1 gets sniped, 2nd gets sniped. This is not like Storm Drops, buddy. It's not like Storm Drops at all. He's just gonna get owned here. 1-1 upgrades versus pure Stalker. Slow Zealot, no charge. I mean, this is just game. It has been game for a while, but this absolutely confirms it. Classic with a valiant effort here. Trying to stay in the game, but is not succeeding whatsoever. Went behind Dark Shrine. If these DTs kill 20 workers, Classic is still behind. At this point, a lot of the value for Oliveira comes from the upgrades that he has. Like the fact that he's gonna have 2-2 at some point against 0-0, like that's game ending, right? Gonna get a sniper on this Nexus. I think he can just move in and win here. He's playing afraid though, Oliveira. He could target down these disruptors. He doesn't need to though, so I understand that he isn't. Couple of DTs maybe as a warping. We have plenty of cash here, but I mean, what you gonna do, What you gonna do? Disruptors moving in. There's 1 more shot available. 17 workers have gone down on the side of Classic as well. I think that's against a Liberator that I heard shooting. Not sure where it is, but it is somewhere. That's all I do know. Exciting. There was a really funny clip the other day, by the way, of Classic. It looked like he was drinking whiskey in between his games in the Masters Coliseum. Because he had like a tiny, he had a glass with a very small layer of brown-looking liquid. Just like this. Look at just like this. Look at that. Pre-watched. You see that? I can't believe that this happened again. That's crazy. Just as I mentioned it. But then people in the comments mentioned that's probably barley water. Which is very popular in Korea. I think it's called barley water. Irene drinks it a bunch as well. She loves that stuff. I'm not a huge fan. It's a very powerful taste. Classic going for that Balmer peak. Yeah. Most definitely. It's like super sweet. I don't think barley water is very sweet. From what I recall tasting it. The dog likes barley water as well. Dude, he laps that crap up. It's not good though to have the only liquid be barley water, because otherwise he'd love it too much. Yeah, he enjoys his barley water every now and again as a treat. Gets a bit of barley water. The guy loves it. All right. Let's have a look. The thing with Classic is I think he's a smart gamer, you know? There are not a lot of smart gamers in this world. I think many gamers, yeah, they might have the looks, but they don't quite have the brains. Classic, he has both. He's truly a smart video gamer. I think he's one of my favorite Pro Tools gamers in the world as well. When I look at him, I think to myself, this guy thinks. Like, he isn't necessarily very fancy. He isn't very fast. He does it with good decisions and nice build orders that I like. It could also just be that I like Classic because he plays like me, just faster, you know? But he seems within reach, all in arm's reach. If you had to build the ultimate StarCraft II player, what traits would you take from what players like game sense, ability to defend, pressure builds, macro, micro? I think Serral is just best at most things, to be honest. Clem is it's so hard to say like he's good at micro. I think some people are very good at micro in certain situations. Clem has good micro. Clem has good multitasking. He's really quick. I think Serral's ability to stay calm in series is insane. But you know that actually probably Scarlet would be better to take it from her. She has she doesn't get nervous at all. I think everyone else that I've spoken to at least gets somewhat nervous. But I don't think Scarlet gets nervous. Which is really crazy. That is like that is very high level. Maybe SOS also doesn't. I feel like if you play like SOS, you have... Like, when I cannon rush in series, my heart rate is... It goes crazy. Like, I can feel the... You know how sometimes you can feel your heart in, like pumping in, like, your arms or something like that? Or, like, you can, feel it in your head, you know? Like, that is legit what it feels like when I'm cannon rushing. Like, in important series, I go freaking mental. It's so scary. Like, honestly, if I had the ability to turn off nervousness, I 100% would. That stuff is so sick. You feel that way every time you play a 1v1? Yeah. Why not just take Adderall? Oh, I don't like taking medication. I try doing breathing exercises and stuff like that. That helps quite a bit as well. You feel that way when I'm on my third cup of coffee? Honestly, it's a very similar feeling, yeah. Chug a couple of cans of coffee. Are there players that medicate? I don't think so. There used to be. Not gonna name any names, but there used to be. Yeah. Back then it also wasn't banned though. But I think it was mainly North Americans. Yeah. And Clem is on steroids, that's true. Otherwise you can't grow that stash. Okay, what do we have here build order-wise? Phoenix, Immortal. Phoenixes should be behind the army. Backup batteries should be constructed right now. This is actually a key concept that I don't see utilized enough. Phoenixes should have really been picking up reinforcements. Because Phoenixes are limited by their energy, right? So you want to use it without the Phoenixes really being vulnerable to anything. This is a good fight anyway. Wow. This was just barely in range. Poof! Out! Out, says Classic. You think you can all in him? He doesn't need to pick up reinforcements. He just owns you. He eats you alive, man. What a crazy game. Good thing there are many North American players. I don't think Idra actually. All of it is rumored as well. So that's why, but I don't think Idra used Adderall. From what I know, at least. Like, it's possible he did, but this wasn't anything flying around. Otherwise, we would have just said Idra. It's fine to throw him under the bus. He doesn't live in the scene anymore. Yeah. Idra was way worse than Serral. Yeah, Idra was way worse than Serral. No one has ever been as good as Serral, though. That's not really fair. Idra was more dominant in macro games than Serral. No, he wasn't. Oh, this is such a lie. That is not true. Idra was not more dominant in macro games than Serral. Absolutely no shot. No. A lot of the people that back then were considered great macro players were just played really greedy. So what they did is they didn't build units when they had to. It's like, oh, he has so many drones. Like, yeah, he also would have died against any all-in. Like, it's because the theory levels back then, like, we just had less knowledge. It's also super unfair to compare people from the early StarCraft period to Serral, because the level is just different. It's way harder. It was way harder at the start to be such a complete player like Serral is now. It was not possible. Because there was just no, like, there were too many builds that we didn't understand. Like, we built so much on the, you know, on the theory, on theory. How good was Boxer? I don't know. I played him in the Legacy of the Void beta, though, and I danced my units after I beat him, because I thought he was faking the name Boxer. I thought it was disrespectful to him. And I danced my units against him like 5 times in a row. And then MMA told me that it was the real Boxer. I felt pretty bad after that. I was just trying to defend your name. Because at the time I was in the Spenu house. Yeah. Oh, Oliveira is having a fever right now. That sucks for Oliveira. Explains why he isn't using the camera. Boxer from StarCraft 1 and Brood War, right? The first one who introduced real micro. Yeah, that one. That Boxer. He's a legend. He's also, I think, a media personality in Korea. I'm not sure if that's true. Irene was watching a TV show the other day, and another StarCraft player, a Brood War player called Yellow. I don't know what his actual name was, but in StarCraft he was called Yellow. He was on there. In some Korean... They have like a lot of weird concepts with talks. It's not really talk shows. It's like shows where they just follow famous people. It's like reality TV, but it doesn't seem as bad. I feel like a lot of the Korean concepts are quite good. Have you been to Korea, Harstem? Yeah, many times. Like 5 or 6 times. Very good country. Okay, once again, Stargate. Stargate built in the natural. Yellow and Flash as well. I didn't know Flash was... Wait, what the hell is this build? Sorry, I was just not paying attention. Cyclone. So Cyclone to defend, to deny vision. Like, he's gonna stand in the way of the Phoenix path. If he denies the Phoenix, I think he wins the game. Okay, he's gonna try again. Look at this, is so important right now because there's no natural. This is the sickest one base lane. Look at it. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Now, it is possible that the CC was built in the main base. I'm talking from Classic's perspective here, right? Classic right now, he needs to get something. He needs to get confirmation of whatever it is he's fighting against. He sees still no CC. He's gonna fly in. Sees triple Rex, combat shield, Stim being researched, and now we instantly have this move out coming in. Okay, Immortal Chrono Boost. Do you get Void Rays here? Just because you need... I think gateways are the incorrect call. What you need is batteries and constant unit production. Batteries and constant unit production. That's why I said Void Ray. It kind of popped in my head. I think Void Ray would have been better than 3 more gates. Because these 3 gates, they might just get a single warp in. Which isn't actually that... Maybe they won't even get a single warp in. Because this is going to hit so fast. We have a second battery now, but that is too late almost. We're going to need more batteries. Classic is trying his best to hold this. Does not have money available for the next Immortal, which is also important. Gets a lift on one of these tanks. That might delay this move out a little bit. Gets a lift on a Marine, I think it was. He's gonna go for an SCV. Look, these extra gateways that are being added in are not necessarily great. Sentries have been warped in. Can we get some force fields? That's one. That's 2 terrible force fields here. As these... oh my god. Tank sieging up. This one base all in is working, I think. 39 workers. Well, is it working? Now the gateway's coming in. There are 5 gateways. Second Immortal is out. Tanks being shot down. Control is good. The tank stays alive. That is huge. It's gonna have to lose a little bit of a Stalker HP there. Marine still alive. We have Stalkers being warped in. Not in vision of the opponent. This is a 1 base all in. GG. What a stupid series. Oliveira out of the tournament and Classic moves on to the 2-2 score. Wow. Okay. So we have Shin versus Solar left as our final series. And this is the current layout we have. Feel like he should have moved out sooner. No, this was the correct timing to move out, I think. Maybe the micro wasn't perfect. He sieged up very far forward. Then again, I think the response out of Classic was not bad either. I feel like too low on the battery count, though, and too high on the gate count. I think going up to 3 gates would have been fine, and then having more units. So, so far, 2 Terrans and 2 Protoss players have dropped out. We have 1 more match remaining today. It's going to be Solar versus Shin. So 1 Zerg will fall. And then there are 3 spots left to give away for these 2-2 players. So out of Clem, beyond MaxPax, Cure, Classic, and Solar/Shin, 3 players will advance into the round of 8 bracket, where we already have part of the bracket set up. We see Maru on the same side of Serral of the bracket, so could potentially have a semifinals best of 5 between Maru and Serral. They played the best of 3 already in this tournament, in which Maru won somewhat convincingly with a 2-0 score. That is the only loss that Serral had. As in series loss, he also dropped the map to Solar. Dark versus Reynor, which is also exciting. Hero's gonna be fighting someone. I wonder where Classic goes. Does Classic go here against Serral then? I guess that's not known yet, maybe. I'm just refreshing, see if we know yet, but I don't think we do. All right. Maru proving that Koreans are still the best. Yes, I usually judge that as well by single results. I agree. Oh, I had another super chat. A couple of super chats. I missed that. The 2 Dutch goats on the same stream. I checked out of StarCraft II a long time ago, but I'm loving both of your channels. Peace from Australia. Thanks so much, Mitch Jacob, for the 10 Australian dollars. And hey, Captain, do you like snowboarding or skiing? And 27 Swedish Crowner by Cat Purchase. Yeah, I like snowboarding. I used to go snowboarding every year when I was younger. With my parents. I love snowboarding. I haven't gone in years though. Too afraid of injuries when playing StarCraft. But I went snowboarding with Reynor Reynor, Irene, and then 2 of my IRL friends, and Lauren as well, which is my sister-in-law. We went snowboarding in like one of these indoor halls. It was very fun. It was really, really fun. I had really missed it. Snowboarding is one of these sports that is just, it is almost too fun to be a sport, you know? You know, sometimes you eat food and you taste it and it's like, there's no way that this is healthy. And then you're eating fries and it's not healthy. You know, it's too good. And it's the same with snowboarding. Like snowboarding is so much freaking fun that it shouldn't count as something that is, you know, that benefits your health. Although probably on average, it doesn't benefit people's health because people break limbs all the time. You just die snowboarding and skiing. It's a very dangerous sport. Much more dangerous than playing football. Reynor should be good as well. I think he was a skier. Reynor's a little bit careful. I think he has too many brain cells still. So at least for snowboarding, at least at my level, one of the very important concepts is that you have to, if you want to make proper turns and stuff, you have to lean forward. I'm not sure if it's the same with skiing, but it's difficult to make proper turns if you're leaning back. But when you lean forward, you gain speed. And that is scary. So the natural instinct, if you're not good, is to lean back. And then you can make proper turns. So it's much more dangerous to do that. You want to kind of lean forward. At least it's right. So I'm constantly telling myself to lean forward when I'm snowboarding. It's like, okay, move forward. More weight to the front leg, basically. I'm not sure if it's the same with skiing. So I think I'm very good at just consciously telling myself to not be afraid of it. But I think Reynor, he was a little bit scared sometimes. Also because on those indoor halls, they're filled with complete morons. Like, just complete idiots. So I think that might have been the main part that he was scared of. And me, I'm not so afraid. I feel like I would win in most battles. You know? If they're in my way, and they shouldn't have been, I think I win that battle majority of the time. Because I'm a pretty tall guy. I have no fear. You know? 80-20 in my advantage. You broke your femur snowboarding? I have no clue what that is. Snowboarder that lived in CO here? Yeah, you're right. Weight on the front leg, then you move the back leg around for sharp turns. Heel side, toe side for carving. Yep. Yeah. How tall is Baby Marine's brother? I think it's like I have no clue. Shorter than I am. Why do you guys always ask me these type of questions about people's height or their weight? Like, when you guys go to like a social event, you guys take like a ruler with you. Let me measure all of my friends for a second. Femur is the longest bone in the leg. Very nice. Yeah, I didn't know what that was. I dropped biology. I dropped biology when I was 14 or so. We made beer during biology. God, that was fantastic. That was actually very fun. Got to take 4 bottles home, I think. We had a very good biology teacher. He was well known for having one of the best aquariums in the Netherlands as well. But he always hid it from us. He didn't tell us that he was well known. We once Googled his name. And then he came up as kind of like a legend in the aquarium scene in the Benelux. Which I thought was hilarious. There were like forums discussing our biology teacher. It's kind of surreal. Freaking aquarium scene. All right, let's see what we have here. Well, anatomy, not biology. We don't have courses like Americans do. So I know that in America, for example, when you take mathematics, it's not just mathematics, right? You can take like a trig class, or you take like a calculus like 101 or calculus, advanced calculus, something like this. In the Netherlands, you just... So I picked like... I dropped just all of biology, and I could drop all of like X or Y. It's like the categories are way bigger. So you're way more committed to one path, which I think is worse. I really like the American approach of having types of classes where you could take like you could take like trig, or you could take calculus or a statistics class, and we didn't have that in high school. In university, obviously you have that, but then I think they're also more pre-decided. Not entirely sure. I dropped out really quick, so never got to pick anything. I saw a super chat. Drop biology so early, so that's why you're weak against bio, Captain. Very true. Very true. Sorry for that. Thanks for the 250 RSD, buddy. Appreciate it. The American education system is so dumb, but I like that part. The fact that you can pick. Also, I didn't have any like very practical classes. Like my sister-in-law and also Irene, they did school in Canada, and they had things like wood shop or like taking care of a baby or whatever. You could do like what you call it, a hairdresser's course if you wanted to. I think that type of stuff is so cool. I couldn't pick any of that. I just had, I had like geography, history, had like a pretty simple mathematics because I picked it myself. Like I think it's like the statistics mathematics mainly, not too much calculus. And then what else was there? Like some language crap. I think I had 3 languages. I had Dutch, English, and German, I think I did for my finals. I just think it sounds cool that you can pick all these random crap. All right. CVZ, both players opening up with a hatch first, going into a metabolic boost as well. So I'm expecting just a triple hatch versus triple hatch. Now, there's a couple of variations we can see. So we can see some early link rushes trying to cancel the opponent's hatch. But most of the time... Okay, most of the time from my European perspective, we see just a fairly standard defensive 10 to 12 link, maybe 1 or 2 blind banelings being morphed, and that's about it. Solar so far not quite building a baneling nest yet. So that definitely is different. As we see, Shin, who, by the way, is also known as Ragnarok, is already building a lot of links of 25 drones. That is much earlier than usual. Solar, actually, with a higher drone count, which is unheard of if you're the one skipping baneling nest. Usually you go for a link flood if you skip baneling nest, so you keep pressure on the opponent, then you defend the follow-up with roaches. Now, it might be Shin, who A, has more links, and B, has the ability to morph baneling. So kind of... I don't want to say this is a hard counter, but this feels like it's kind of a hard counter. He's morphing 2 Banes. I don't see where they are being morphed. I hope they're aggressive Banes and not defensive Banes. Both players with a lot of links out here. Where's them Banes at? Roach Warren has been spotted. It's very important for Shin that he actually gets something done, by the way. He can't just sit back and do nothing. Solar now building roaches. I'm not sure if those are going to be used aggressively or defensively. This has already been a wild game, though. Oh, he's definitely pushing across the map with these roaches. That's for sure. He's going to try and aim at a cancel for his opponent. Both players just building links so early. Not a very high drone count for either player. Shin's coming in here with a scout. Sees the lack of a queen. Sees the roaches as well. That is a big scout. Adds another gas in immediately, so goes up to a second gas. Sees the drone count here, knows that he's ahead in drones. Probably could throw down a spine crawler as well, as he sends his links across the map. Solar still with pure roach production. Now is reinforcing with these links. 5 roaches on the way as well defensively here for Shin. That's good. It's a very nice position there for Solar. And the most important thing for Solar here is to keep the banelings away from the Link. Snipes the first Bane, that is pretty big. Queen's gonna get taken out at the third. Another good snipe there. All Banes have been taken out right now. And I think that is just going to be it for game number 1. As no banelings, no fun. These Banes are about to finish up though. So the Links need to run away once more. Can we get some target fire on these Banes? The target fire is good as Solar takes the W here. It seems like in the first game. No more Banes available. And the Link count just a little bit too high. Shin will be forced to tap out. Don't forget, this is an elimination match. And it means that right now Shin is 1 map away from being taken out of Masters Coliseum 7. And thus not capable of potentially winning that 16,000 USD. That is waiting for the winner at the end. I believe it's 16. Let me actually have a quick look at that. That sounds correct. Yeah, almost 17,000. There's 120,000 Chinese yen. And he would be the first Zerg to be eliminated. Whoever gets eliminated here will be the first Zerg to be eliminated. Potentially the last Zerg to be eliminated. Right now we have 3 Zerg players that are qualified for the quarterfinals. 1 Protoss and 1 Terran. Potentially still could add 2 Protosses in the mix. Potentially still could add 3 Terrans in the mix as well. I was in a truck somewhere. What? Losing in the final doesn't count as being eliminated. I mean, being eliminated in the group stage. In the final, it still counts, yeah. Serral's going to get that 16k. It's possible. Serral will usually win stuff. Ooh, look at that. It's going to be a 5th. No, wait, it's not going to be a 15 hatch. He just plays like this. Guys, balance is fine. We only have 1 Protoss left, but the 1 Zerg will be eliminated now. It's great balance. Harstem ain't pushing for buffs for Protoss anytime soon. True. I do believe it's all fine. I actually believe that Terran is... I don't think Zerg is too strong. This doesn't fit my narrative very well. I think Protoss versus Zerg is good for TOS. I really think so. My narrative is that TOS is good versus Zerg, and Terran is good versus Protoss, and Terran is good versus Zerg. I think Terran is too strong, but all the Terrans are losing. This is not helping me. How many more matchups today? This is the final one. Protoss hasn't won versus Zerg since 2017. This sounds like a fact, so I'll copy it as a fact. Thanks for that fact. What will we have tomorrow? I'm not sure if there are games tomorrow. I'll check. We'll go over the schedule for tomorrow. Let's have a look. Let's have a little look. Solar, opening standard, safe, solid. Cheeky little triple hatch. Cheeky little triple hatch. Nothing wrong with that. Both players practically opening the same thing here. How will Protoss ever win stuff when the Protoss in the balance team think Protoss is favored despite having 0 success? Well, I don't think Protoss is favored in general. I think Protoss is good against Zerg, and I think Protoss is weak against Terran. Which I think this is accurate. But I'm all for Protoss buffs though. If you suggest any good buffs, I'll put them in. if I had that power. I bet this will be Roach versus Roach. You know what the thing is with a lot of Korean ZVZs? Is that they end up going to crap real fast. I don't know why that is. Fast second guess coming out of Solar. Perhaps Roach Ling Bane all in. Neither player with an Evo chamber yet, by the way. That is also interesting to note. Solar is he's aiming for something. He's fishing. This is a fishing expedition. So far, none of these fish are biting. That doesn't mean that this fishing expedition wasn't good. We're going to see 3 Overlords in production for Solar, and that means we're also going to see a Roach attack follow-up. So I think he just plays... Well, it's not the exact same build. Last game there was no Baning Nest, but you know, a similar concept here. He's going to build Roaches and move across the map and try and win. However, we have Shin, who is doing the exact same thing. He just wants to hit 7 drones later. So I actually think this is good for Shin. He scouts this Roach as well, which is huge. I think this looks good. I really do like this for Shin. I really do like this for Shin. Get some good hits there as well with the Banes. As this Queen is going to get sniped. These Roaches are in trouble. Shin is up 7 workers. Solar's building 3 workers. Shin's thrown out an Evo chamber behind all of this. That's kind of a wild play. Six more drones for Solar. So this all-in isn't committed. But Shin has been mining more for this entire period. Both players with Evo chambers. Solar with a lot of gas in the bank. We're 1 good Bane hit away, by the way, for this still being a viable attack. Yeah, Solar's just going to head on home. Perhaps now it's the time for Shin to go for a fake attack. No. He's just going to drone up, get another gas. Shin scouts, sees the Evo chamber, sees a drone count here at the 3rd. And knows what he's up against. Now starts producing Roaches again. And no +1 attack. And no lair. That means that Solar is the one that's going to get all-in. So we're literally just all-inning into all-inning. This is phenomenal. This is just great. And this is real dedicated. Because no +1, no lair. That's seriously dedicated. 5 Banes as well. Now Solar knows it's serious. Solar in some trouble, I think. Potentially in some trouble. If he loses the 3rd base, I think that's enough damage here. Then you can just get +1, you can get Roach speed, and then you'll be fine. Roach is moving in forward, Baneling's coming in as well. Is Solar gonna be capable of holding here? I don't know. Roach is being taken out. Shin with some solid stutter stepping here. Is gonna get a lot of damage done. Queen falls as well. Ling's coming in with the surround as we're, well, what is it? 11 minutes into this series. And Shin is gonna tie it up already, I think. As he enters the natural right now. Ling reinforcements still streaming across the map. GG gets called. Shin wins map number 2. And we'll be going into a 3rd game. This is why everyone loves ZVZ. I love how little emotion there is as well here. If you were to look at the cameras, you'd have no clue who won the game. No little diss, no smile on the face. These guys know how ZVZ works. You know, one day you're winning, the other day you're not. They're not going to celebrate the wins because it could have been a loss. That's legit what's happening here. Final map is going to be hard led. Solar, by the way, is the safer player. He's the player that vetoed the weird maps. He vetoed the 2 gold-based maps. But then Shin vetoed Radhuset Station, so... Solar super cool. That's a hard agree. EMP should be a single target ability with a 30-minute cooldown. I like that. It's like a worse version of feedback. And it's targeted on a location. It's a skill shot. What do you think about changing shield upgrades to make a percentage of shield immune to EMP as a balance suggestion? Yeah, I think that is a good call. That is something that we've thought about a lot. And it's something that I am completely in favor of. Because shield upgrades right now are useless. And it feels like EMP remains so good throughout the game. While Storm, for example, doesn't remain as good throughout the game, right? Because the army changes to Marauders. Rather than just Marines. And there's going to be loads of healing. I think that's a very good change. Because then you still have the initial strong timings with EMP, which I think is nice. But then also, if you go shield upgrades, you can actually have some Archons in your late game army. And it just doesn't all die, which would be good. I think that is one of these changes. The same with the Guardian Shield thing. Is Guardian Shield protecting against EMP? I'm not entirely sure if that's implementable. But I think the shield thing against EMP, yeah, I 100% agree. I think that's a very good change. All right. Final game here of not just this series, but also of round 4 of the Masters Coliseum 7. I think that pretty much marks the halfway point of this tournament. Oh, kind of gotten used to casting it every day now. I like the, you know, I like the consistency, the routine of it. Yeah, Guardian Shield reducing EMP damage by a percentage. Yeah. Gotta move my face down a little, huh? Don't like floating in nothing. Didn't Colossi just murder any ghost-based armies? Colossi are not so great. Against particularly Marauders, Vikings. Just really against everything. Alright. What is Shin? Why is he laughing? Did Shin just make a mistake? Why is he smiling so much? He was laughing like he just messed something up. Maybe he's listening to a comedian at the same time. I sometimes do that when I'm laddering as well. I have like some comedian in the background listening to their special. I like that. It's not very efficient practice, but you're doing both things wrong then. You're not really focusing on the jokes, and you're also not really focusing on the game. So you're getting the worst of both worlds. But I still have good memories of doing that. Cap, do you think one of these new RTS like Stormgate are going to start to take over as the popular RTS, or will StarCraft remain popular? Thoughts? I have no thoughts on this. We'll see. Making predictions is stupid. Unless it's about StarCraft games, then it's cool. But I have no clue. I don't know anything about the game industry. So I don't know what will happen. I don't observe trends. I play StarCraft the entire day. That's all I do. Gonna have Baneling Nest for both players here. So similar setup. Shin producing a round of links, while Solar goes up to 33 drones. This feels like a defensive Banes though. Yeah, Solar with a tiny lead. It's not going to be huge, but just a tiny little lead. I think this works out well build order-wise for him. I'm expecting Evo chambers on both sides right now. That's a good scout. Okay, Roach Warren first. Second gas for Solar. Three gas for Shin. Both players just trying to launch links into their opponent's main or natural. That's a hidden Roach Warren though. And this is a showing Evo chamber. Okay. Both players indicating they want to go into a late game. Or a mid game. I wonder if it's worth it to explode a Baneling there. To deny the scout. And also, imagine if someone explodes a Baneling on your one lane. And it looks like they do it on purpose. Wouldn't you be super paranoid that they're all-inning you? You know what I mean? That would be pretty crazy. Pneumatized Carapace coming in for Solar. I think both players actually want to play a Roach Mirror here, which is kind of wild. I hadn't expected that at all. Spire? Okay, so it's not going to be a pure Roach Mirror here, which is also good. I'm okay with it. We have a second Evo chamber coming in. This is going to be Roach into Spire. There will be Pneumatized Carapace kicking off soon. That means that this Overseer will get the full scout of these bases. Fast forward base needs to scout that Spire. It's important that he sees that Spire. It's so important. Come on, Solar, don't mess it up. Double Overseers. That's a super safe way of playing. Solar feels comfortable in this game, by the way. Starts a Roach drop, despite scouting that Spire. Okay. I wonder if Shin's gonna be producing any Mutalisk. Plan to switch race from Zerg and the top choice is Terran. If you can't beat Mech, Terran plus Ghost, join them. Yeah, you could do that. Don't forget you're gonna have to play TVT though. People often forget that. That when you play Terran, you still have 1 versus Terran matchup. That ain't fun, Chief. Oh! Sloppy play. Here come the Roach drop. Whatever's actually gonna commit it. I mean, he'll have to. Oh, he thinks it's. Oh wait, it's not Roach, it's Baneling. That's a Baneling drop. My bad. Here comes the Bane drop. I was thinking, man, Ragnarok is properly getting tricked here. He believes there's Banelings in there. What a clown. But there were Banelings in there. Ragnarok went for a fake Spire, by the way, pretending to build Mutas. Well, it was a real Spire until it got scouted. Now Solar actually is. He's not necessarily struggling, but he is struggling a little, actually. No, he is. Absolutely is. This base falls, that is bad. Because the one advantage he has is in the worker count. Shin moving in has way more Ravagers as well. Probably wants to continue trading. And if you have Ravagers versus no Ravagers, that's good. It's going to take out an Overlord for free. As he pushes in right now. Solar, I'm not sure if he has enough. He's not coming in with a flank. Needs to run away from these Biles. Oh no. Shin might just be doing it over here. Solar, a player that looked so solid in the past few months. So dominant. Took a map of Serral, but now in trouble against Shin. Might still end up holding. Shin focusing on taking out Overlords rather than anything else. Walks into one of his own Biles there as well. Not the greatest control. The Roach count on Solar's side is decreasing. At the same time, this Roach drop comes in. Solar with the comeback. Absolutely. If he clears this, he's in a really good spot because those Roaches are still going insane in the main base. Truly insane. 9 drone kills. Fort base being rebuilt. Solar, though, can he hold over here? I'm not so sure. I am not so sure. He has the Carapace against no Carapace. There's a lot of cash in the bank, which he is incapable of spending. Shin immediately rebuilds those drones that he just lost. Has a fort base as well. And for now, he's going to be a little bit down in eco. But once these workers finish, he's going to be outmining his opponent for sure. Yeah, Solar, if he ever gets to spend his money, he's going to be in a good spot. He's throwing down a Lurker then. We have a couple of Mutas on the way right now for Shin. Wants to fight off that Overlord, obviously. Is he going to go up to 8 gas here, maybe? Gonna take out these 2 roaches. Faster +2 for Shin, by the way. How the hell did that happen? I felt like they started at the same time. Maybe he chrono boosted. Tunneling claws, burrow. Okay, lurkers. No hive. What is the chance here that Solar wants to move across the map with these 6 lurkers and win the game? I think there's a decent chance that that's what the plan is. Or is this as a way to try and stabilize the game? Saying, hey, I feel like if we get into a proper late game, I'm better than you. And I want to get to a proper late game with lurkers and vipers. I think these are safety lurkers. It's really rare to see them this early. Because you give up a bit of map control, right? If you have lurkers, it's a siege unit. And these roaches are just straight up running in. 6 in towards the main base. There are not enough Ravagers to deal with lurkers, potentially. As the lack of hive is being scouted. Infestation pit on the way as well. Interesting move out here by Solar. As Shin will lose all of his roaches. 12 more Ravagers on the way. He's gonna try and bust this, isn't he? He's actually gonna try and bust this, the madman. And he's also building an infestation pit. That's a big gas investment there in those Ravagers, you know? There's no Overseer here. Oh no. Spore though. Spore. He's gonna keep going. Could unburrow at this point. Here he comes at the same time at the front. Solar in shambles. These 2 lurkers are actually touching. Biles can hit them both at the same time. First few lurkers are going down. Ravagers moving in forward. As at the same time we have these roaches in the main base still burrowed. Going around. Seems like Shin is losing a lot of supply though. Especially those roaches in the main. Has cleared the lurkers up front. Good on burrow there. Coming out of Solar. As the lurker staying alive for a little bit longer now, moving back in. Can we get a couple of hits on those Biles? Maybe we can. Shin lost all of his roaches in his opponent's main base, and I don't think he killed anything. He killed 3 workers. That was like 25 roaches. Should have probably split off some in the natural at least. That was not worth it at all. Hive is on the way right now, but I think Hive is already done for Solar. Yep, there comes the Seismic Spines as Shin once again moves in. This feels very all-in out of him as these lurkers are still morphing. A couple are moving forward as well. 169 supply to 161. Solar taking a supply lead. Solar taking an upgrade lead. Solar taking a lead. And absolutely everything. As right now he feels confident enough to start pushing in forward. And Shin had Solar on the ropes earlier with that initial Roach Ravager push. The counter Roach drop saving Solar there for sure after he lost that fort. Now it's Solar who's moving in. 2 Vipers are on the way, but it's pure Roach versus Hydra Lurker Roach. And on top of that, Solar also has a higher supply count. And I think that this might just actually be it. This hatch is gonna get sniped. Yep, there we go. +2 Carapace finishes up as well. Seismic Spines is about to finish up. +3 starts behind this as Solar doesn't miss a beat. I really thought he was down and out of this series, of this tournament, but now it looks to be Shin who is that. GG gets called. Solar, relief showing on his face as he wins the game, wins the series, turns off his PC, and goes to live life. Oh. What a day of games. Let's see what the schedule tells us for tomorrow. Dum, dum. I think for tomorrow we have nothing. No, round 5 will be played on January 22, so we're getting it over the weekend. 3 more matches starting at 12 CET. So that is noon CET. 2 days and 20 hours from now, pretty much exactly. Let's see if they're going to actually reveal the matches already. Sometimes they reveal it at the end. So far, they haven't done it yet. You're casting the rest of the tournament? Yeah, I'll be covering everything. Oh, here we go. Wait, can you guys see this? No, you can't. So we have Classic versus MaxPax, Cure versus Beyond, and Solar versus Clem. Solar versus Clem is a banger. It's a rematch from Atlanta. Cure versus Beyond and Classic versus MaxPax. It's unfortunate that those weren't flipped. I would have loved to see 2 TVPs between Classic Cure or MaxPax Cure and then Classic Beyond, something like that. All right. I think that's going to be it for me today, my dear friends. Let me see if there's any shout-outs I still need to make. Of course, there is no XRTS with the Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you very much. Mr. GEG, not available. 18-month resub. And Numbfish with the Twitch Prime as well. D. Tunnerman with the Twitch Prime. I think I have had all the others already over here. Thank you so much. I think I caught one of these earlier. Yeah, okay, I have all of these. All right. Thanks so much, all of you, for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, you can subscribe to the channel or follow on Twitch if you're there. And yeah, it's going to be it for me today. Thanks.